Hey everyone, welcome to track 2 of Southern DevFest. And I am your host for today, Luke Wallace. I'm from GDG Dallas. You can find my Twitter handle there, but I'm also on YouTube at Luke Wallace. I do some vlogging over there. But as a host of GDG Dallas, I help organize a really big group that we've got that's been going on in Dallas for years now. If you happen to live in the DFW area, feel free to check us out. We've been doing all of our events online for the past several months, as you probably would expect. But I think that we're going to be getting back to in-person events in the near future. So I do want to just mention, I know you can probably see it down below, but there is not going to be a speaker for session 1. So we're going to be kind of holding off. So I would recommend you go over and check out session or track 1 or track 3. You can find that by going to the channel. You should be able to find that somewhere below here where you can go to the Southern DevFest channel and you can see all tracks, which should all be live at this point, and jump over to track 1 or track 3 and take a look there. Really glad to have some other participants here. Stacy Deveneaux is actually one of our other organizers for GDG Dallas, and so it's great to see her. Shobit is actually a member of our group that has been coming for years, and so I recognize that name. Just want to make sure that everyone is aware of kind of the situation, and so I just want to say thanks to everybody for coming. Really looking forward to a great DevFest. But if you're looking forward to the speaker, what was it going to be? It was going to be Brett Kuntz. He is not able to join us, and so you'll need to move over to track 1 or track 3 if you would like to check out one of those. So I'm just kind of hanging out here a little bit. Great to have Tim Hill joining us in the comments. He's one of the main mentors for all of the GDG groups in the Southern region. And so it's great to have him. So keep an eye out for him. He may be popping into a couple of the sessions throughout the day. We've got a great lineup. I'll just give you a preview of what's going to be going on in this session in case you're still here. I don't know if there's a way for me to see how many people are watching through this tool. There probably is. And I'm going to go figure that out. But thanks, everybody, for joining us. Let's see what we're going to have in about, let's see, we're at 11:30 Eastern right now. At 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Central, we will be having an introduction to PWAs from Josh Holmes. Then at 1:30 Eastern, that'll be 12:30 Central. Write and deploy a dual platform mobile app on a tight budget with our own Joe Banta, another GDG organizer. I'm sure he'll tell you more about that when he's there. And then in 3 hours, trying to do the math here, 1, 2, 3 hours from now, we will have developing a Google Assistant app with no code. That's an impressive claim. We will see if there's actually no code. So come and challenge Ricardo de Andrade. I'm sorry, they did not prep us all by giving us the best pronunciation. And I butcher names all the time. If you've ever joined a GDG Dallas event, you are probably aware of this. And then at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central, we will have Cryptography 101 with Rober. Ooh. Of course, they gave me this track, or Bodingheimer. I'm going to go with that. And we'll be checking that out at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central, about 4 hours from now. And then we're going to have a big wrap up back on track 1 with prizes. And so make sure you're participating. Make sure you're keeping an eye out for everything there. If you're continuing to hang out on the channel, love to see your comments there. But we will be another great thing to check out that I saw during the pre-roll is you can actually get a badge for participating in DevFest. These are basically badges for your Google developer profile. So pretty cool. I'll be running that in the banner below. But if you want to know the URL right now, it is google.dev/devfest2020. That'll take you to a place. So google.dev/devfest2020, and that will let you redeem a badge to your Google developer profile to basically register that you attended the 2020 DevFest. For now, I'm going to disappear and encourage you to go check out track 1 or track 3. And you can see that schedule at southerndevfest.com/schedule. So, real convenient. Make sure to check that out. And I will be back soon with our first presenter. Hello, everybody. I just wanted to pop back in. My name's Luke Wallace with GDG Dallas, and I wanted to make you aware that there is no speaker for this track at the current moment. There will be one joining for the next session in about 40 minutes from now. We were scheduled to have our first speaker until 12:15 p.m. Eastern, 11:15 a.m. Central, but they were unable to attend, and so we wanted to make sure the stream was live so people could join and make sure they were in the right spot. But there will be a Q&A and and a break and kind of networking for in between, and then we will get started with session 2 right at 11:30 a.m. Central, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. So stay tuned for that. But do check out track 1 and track 3, which are both going live right now, which both have speakers on them. And there's Q&A over there. Make sure you check out the full schedule. It is available at southerndevfest.com/schedule. And there should be a link below here. I'm trying to figure out where to point to the Southern DevFest YouTube channel. And that has links to all 3 tracks, just really easy to jump into and start watching any of those live streams. We're going to be live all day long. And so if you have questions, comments about, how DevFest work, we'll be happy to answer those in between sessions. Questions for our speakers, make sure you're asking those in the comments. And if you have any other thoughts, engage with our speakers on social media. A lot of them will be having their Twitter handles, and we'll be mentioning websites. So keep that in mind, that feel free to engage throughout the day with all of those speakers that you see and other attendees. So just really happy to have people here. I can see it says 19 people watching. Hello to all of you. We're going to try to do some more engagement as it gets a little closer to the speakers and in between speakers. So we'll be asking you some questions, maybe about your favorite technologies, maybe about just where you're from. We just love having everybody joining us. It's a great platform now that we can be bringing in people from all over the world to this DevFest. So we're looking at having one of the largest DevFests based on attendance and live streams. And this will all be archived so you can watch it later on these YouTube channels. So keep that in mind. We know it's going to be hard to pick between the different tracks. But we know that because they're all being archived, that it'll be great for people to go back and review later. So just really happy about that. If you've, like I said, got any questions or comments, and just feel free to leave those in the chat. Just a little bit more about GDG. It is Google Developer Groups, is what it stands for. And these are local meetup events that happen in cities all over the world, really. It's just hundreds of cities, thousands of cities, maybe. I don't know the exact count. There are hundreds across the US alone. And they just meet on kind of, relatively frequent basis, maybe once a month, maybe twice a month. It really is up to the chapter. They're run very independently of Google. They are not they're not run by Google at all. They're run by volunteers. So myself, I'm one of the organizers for GDG Dallas, which really just means I volunteer to help run the meetups. We track down speakers, but I don't do it alone. There is usually for most chapters, there's a group of organizers, and GDG Dallas is no exception. We have a whole group of organizers that help us out, and we all work together to find speakers and find space and make sure we can support everybody there. And we love having people attend. The topics vary across a lot of technology. So everything from Android to cloud to web to machine learning to Flutter. Flutter's been real popular lately. So check out your local GDGs. And sometimes there's a couple in an area. There might be a cloud GDG. I know there's some the GG Cloud DFW is also participating in today's DevFest, and so just want to give them a shout out. And so just look around. You can generally find them on meetup.com, but there's also some other platforms. So just do a search for GDG and then your city name, or like was mentioned, maybe the large city near you, where people kind of think of it as like GDG Dallas. It's like we're not maybe technically in the city of Dallas always, but that's definitely the region that we like to engage with. And so just look around, do some Googling, and you will often find a lot of GDGs, maybe not as far away as you might think. And you can see what kind of events are coming up. And so really cool. Stay engaged throughout the day, and make sure you're checking out right now track 1 and track 3, and we'll be back in just a little bit to get started with our first session of the day for track 2, an introduction to PWAs, and we'll be getting started there in about half an hour. Thanks, everybody. Hello, everyone. I wanted to welcome you to track 2 of Southern DevFest and remind you that you should and can check out the schedule of Southern DevFest over at southerndevfest.com/schedule. So you can see when all the different talks are happening, what they all are, when they're happening, and learn a little bit more about our speakers. And we have a speaker that will be joining us here in just a few minutes. We'll be starting that session I have in 7 minutes. And so until then, I wanted to give you just a little bit of background about me. My name is Luke Wallace. I help run GDG Dallas. You can find me on YouTube with Luke Wallace or on Twitter at Luke Luca. Feel free to interact throughout the day. I did want to do a quick plug for GDG Dallas and show you just a few of the other speakers that we have. We've got Stacy Deveneaux, Joaquin Lopez down here in the lower left, and Jacob Lancaster in the lower right. You might see those names popping around and up on the live streams, but just wanted to do a quick shout out to them for all the help that they are always to me throughout the year. GG Dallas is just one of hundreds of DevFests across the country and around the world, and you should look for a GDG near you, and look for other events like DevFest and then monthly meetups that happen at all of the GDGs. And it's just great that we can do larger events like this. It's really exciting to be part of something like Southern DevFest, where we're bringing so many people together and get to hear from lots of great speakers that are maybe hard to meet locally. And this whole situation has definitely changed some things. But one thing is it's easier almost to connect with people all over the world. And so I kind of want to throw that, like, while we're waiting to get started here, we want to make sure we stick to the schedule and don't start too early, even if there's some people that are itching to go. So why don't, in the chat, leave a comment about where you're watching from. It's just really neat. We know there are people watching from our southern region, but maybe you're watching from somewhere else. So we saw, like, I can already see there's comments in here. One from Harish Patel saying hello from Dallas. So hello, Harish. I actually know him. He's a member of our community and friend of mine, actually. So it's always good to see people watching the stream. And just want to, and there's probably a GGG chapter near you. I know there's one in Dallas, and so great to have people on. Oh, it looks like we've got people here from South Carolina. That's how I'm interpreting that. And so great to have that on. Another one of our regions, part of the southern region that we're happy to have here. We've got Vishal from GG Houston. Yeah, very good to see you. We've met before, and yeah, it's great to have you joining us today. Very, very cool. I can see there's 19 people watching. Just glad everyone's here. We'll be so how this format will go is we'll have our presenter speak for about 40 minutes or so, or up to 40 minutes. We'll kind of see how long Josh wants to go, telling us about PWAs. And then we'll have a little bit of a break there for questions. And so if you've got questions, just go ahead and throw them in the comments just during the session. That's fine. And we'll try to keep an eye out from there. And we will follow up with those either during the session or at the end. So just make sure to be leaving comments and engaging with our speakers. They'll be sharing their contact information, so feel free to engage with them throughout the day. whether that be on social media or in the chat here. And it's just really great to see so many people joining. I saw over 100 people watching track 1 during the first session. I know it's a lot to keep up with all the multiple tracks going, but one advantage that we have with them all being up on YouTube is that these will all be recorded for later. So I think I know our speaker is backstage, I guess you could call it. And so we've got Josh Holmes there with us. Josh, would you mind if I added you into the stream? I know he's got to get ready here, but I think I'll bring in Josh.
That'd be great. Hey there, how are you?
Hey, doing good. Great to have you here to the first ever Southern DevFest. It's pretty exciting, actually.
I am pretty excited about it as well. This is really, really cool.
So have you been watching some of the sessions? Are there any sessions that you saw on the schedule that you're personally excited about?
Well, I mean, quite a few. I'm not going to name favorites at the moment, but but I will go ahead and admit I'm not sure how many people are watching right now, but this is going to be very embarrassing. But I brought I'm on vacation actually. So I flew from Seattle, Washington, down to my home state, where I'm actually in my parents' house now, and I brought my not work laptop. And so I realized in a panic about an hour and a half ago that I had not tested my demo. And it turns out that on my non-work laptop, I didn't have any of the tools set up. So I've been the last hour and a half, frantically installing a bunch of different tools, and hopefully everything works. So we shall see.
Well, I think I may be having some technical difficulties right now. I don't know if my video is frozen for you, but it looks like it's frozen for me.
Okay.
But
oh yeah, no, I see. Well, it's at least a nice freeze because you have a nice smile, and it's not one of those.
Yeah. So we got lucky on that one.
When it freezes for me, it's usually yeah.
Yeah. So that's the one disadvantage to live events is that anything can happen. But we'll go ahead and get started. We're now at time. So let me just introduce our next speaker briefly. His name is Josh Holmes, and he is known as a passionate soul who gets his kicks solving problems with deep-fried awesomeness. For the past 13 years, Josh has been focused on helping Microsoft's customers with their greatest innovations while stationed in the US, then Ireland, and now back in the US. Prior to joining Microsoft in 2006, Josh was a consultant working with a variety of clients ranging from large Fortune 500 firms to smaller sized companies. Josh is a frequent speaker and lead panelist at national and international software development conferences, focusing on web technologies on the Microsoft stack, such as ASP.NET, PHP, JavaScript, and more. You can contact Josh through his blog at joshholmes.com. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Josh.
Is me.
Thank you so much for being here.
All right,
you're going to be talking about an introduction to PWAs, I believe.
Yes, PWAs, progressive web apps. Where do I begin? So
I'm just popping in. I'm still in the show for 5 seconds to say I'm such a fan of Josh Holmes, and I had to come here and fangirl a little bit. Now I'm gone.
It's Danny Thompson.
It's Josh Holmes.
Okay, that was fun. I love Danny. He's absolutely fantastic. I don't know all the organizers in Southern DevFest, but I know Danny, and Danny is just one of the most genuine and amazing human beings on the planet, and I love having him in my life and considering him a friend. So if you're not following Danny Thompson, which I'm assuming that you are because that's how you heard about this, make sure you go follow him on Twitter. All right, speaking of Twitter, this is me, Josh Holmes, right there on Twitter. And if I, let me pop over to a browser real quickly. So I'll drag one onto this screen here real quickly. And one of the things, and I'll probably come back to this later, this is the one and only kind of advertisement during this particular session. But if you go to my profile, DevFest, yay! But scroll down in there and you'll see here's this tweet here. I am hiring. I am looking for a seasoned engineer who can help lead projects from a technical perspective. Team is in Redmond. I don't really care necessarily about the location. I care about time zone. And so, we have a Redmond-based crew, so Pacific time zone. So, kind of looking for somebody Mountain time or Pacific time. If you are a late riser and want to work this time zone, realizing that you'll be working till 7 or 8 o'clock at night a lot of nights, we can do something else. You can be East Coast or Central, but we are looking for somebody that will work the time zone with us. Location doesn't matter nearly as much as the time zone. So what I do. So this is part of my introduction to who I am and what I do, and you know that I'm hiring. So listen up if you're interested. Josh Holmes. I do work for Microsoft, and I'm in a team called CSE, Commercial Software Engineering. We're about a 600, 700 person organization, rapidly growing. We're on track to be closer to 900 people by the end of our fiscal, which is in June, and that's the hiring, right? Yay. What we do is we are similar to a professional services organization from the fact that we go work with our customers to help them directly with their greatest challenges. There's two major differences between us and a professional services company. Number one, we're free. So what that means, there's a whole bunch of fallout from that, which, kind of is, since we're free, we get to be picky about the work that we do. We tend to skew towards our customers' innovation side of their businesses and so on. It also means that we're not worried about billable time or any of those types of things. So we concentrate very hard on what's the right thing to do, even if it's going to take longer or anything like that. And we go help our customers build a minimal viable product for that thing that they've been struggling with. Right, and this is kind of our unofficial motto is here on my T-shirt. I did not get the T-shirt from CSE from the team, but this is my unofficial motto: simplify and add nothing. Right, we're going to go build a minimal viable product that is going to solve that customer's biggest pain point and need, and we will go from there. The second big difference between us and a professional services company is that we don't code for, as in we're not just work for hire, here, hand us a bill of work, we go do it, toss it back over the fence. We code with, meaning that we bring a full dev crew. We expect the customer to bring a full dev crew as well. We treat it all as one dev crew. Everybody's working in the same backlog. Everybody's attending stand-ups. Everybody's doing their retros. Everybody is equal. Customer, Microsoft, doesn't matter. Taking things out of the backlog. The only exception to that is if they have more domain knowledge, we'll pair with them to get that domain knowledge transferred. If we have more knowledge about Azure, for example, which often happens, then we will pair with them to transfer that knowledge that direction. So that's what we do. And it's kind of cool. If you're interested, check out my Twitter feed for that tweet. All right. And that's a little bit about me as well. I'm a dev lead on that team. I've been at Microsoft since 2006. Been a heavy open source contributor even before that. And then one of the things that was kind of cool about me joining Microsoft when I did was that it was at that inflection point where we started actually embracing a ton more open source. And then it's been awesome to be kind of at the front edge of that, helping Microsoft do more and more of that, including part of the reason I'm so passionate about progressive web apps is my time on a product team was actually on the Edge product team. So it's kind of fun because this was actually my product, the browser here, was actually the product that I was working on. And progressive web apps was one of the things that, you know, I helped usher in. And I was one of the people that's one of the group product managers that helped make the decision to adopt Chromium as our core. And so you're welcome, by the way. Help move the web forward, help move that standards conversation from committees to code base. And so really, really excited about that. But progressive web apps, that's what we're here to talk about, is progressive web apps. So you may or may not have heard the hype. Pretty sure you've probably heard that progressive web app term, and you may or may not know what it is, but it's kind of all over the place. Lots and lots of people going back, you know, many years, 3, 4, 5 years, have said, you know, progressive web apps are the future. It's amazing. It's going to replace everything, etc. And there's some reality to that, but as with almost every hype, there is, you know, it's not as groundbreaking and earth-shattering as the hype would predict, right? The reality is that progressive web apps are web apps. That's it. And then there is a collection of other standards that, if you add them all up, there's now a marketing term called PWA, progressive web app, right? But it's just a web app. It's just a website, right? So, but why is there so excitement and so on and so forth? Well, let's start with app.starbucks.com. All right, if we talk about that for a minute, they saw, you know, when they went from just pointing everybody at, you know, Starbucks.com, you know, from their mobile app, from their desktop app, from everywhere, when they started pointing them at app.starbucks.com, and then you go install that as an application, you have push notifications, you've got some offline support, you've got you know, icons with badges on the device, right? Whether that is a phone or a desktop, etc. You know, all of a sudden that website starts to behave and feel and taste like an app. And what did they have to do? Almost nothing. I'm going to explain what they did here very shortly. Tinder, they actually moved away from. How many of you are using Tinder? Raise your hands. Hey, this is I'm saying raise your hand. I'm demonstrating how to do it. I don't actually use Tinder. Married 25 years, so just in case Phoebe watches this, I'm not using Tinder. Never have, never installed it. But you just have to cover the bases right there, right? But it's safe for you to raise your hand because you're at home right now and not surrounded by a bunch of other people, so you're not going to embarrass anybody. But raise your hand. Do you use Tinder? Well, when they were building a native application, that was an Android application that was 30 megabytes. And a lot of custom code that shared nothing with their website or their iOS app or their, you know, etc. And so every time they wanted to make a change, they had to go change it on every single one of these platforms, and it was 30 megabytes, right? And so they moved to a progressive web app, and it's now 2.8 megabytes, and it works on all the platforms, right? That's exciting. That's cool. That makes everybody happy. Trivago, 97% increase in clickouts to hotel offers. Right, so tons and tons more engagement. Twitter, when, you know, they were sending everybody to m.twitter.com, they converted that to be a progressive web app, and they saw a 65% increase in pages per session, a 75% increase in tweets sent, and a 20% decrease in bounce rate. Incredible engagement, because now it feels and tastes and smells like an app, but it's always up to date with their website because they make a change on their website and it's automatically updated in the device, right? So it is pretty awesome. Okay. The other thing that I do is I'm also the president of the Seattle Give Camp, and Seattle Give Camp. Let me go to actually I'll go to dev.seattlegivecamp.org. This is our new website that we're in process of building, but this is our last event, 23rd to 25th. What we do is we help nonprofits out. Okay, and so if you go to our previous projects page, you know, these are the nonprofits that we help this time. But one of them, like Tavon Learning Center, and actually two of them, North Shore Senior Center, both wanted a mobile app. And we went, I don't know that we can accomplish that in a weekend, but let me take a look. Oh, you're using WordPress. Awesome. It's real simple. There's a plugin called Super PWA that actually does all the stuff that I'm going to show you in code here that you just install into your WordPress site as a plugin, and kablamo, you've got a PWA, and now you can actually install that as an app on Android and iOS phones. Woo! We were like, okay, so if we accept these projects, we're going to be done in about an hour. And so what are we going to do the rest of the weekend? And so we found other things to do for them the rest of the weekend. But rather than going and building a custom mobile app, native mobile app for each one of them that they would have to go maintain, that they would have, instead, we just converted their WordPress site directly into a PWA. So every time they add content, it just updates, right? And every time they add a new page, well, that's now in the PWA because it's the PWA and the website are the same thing, right? So what we believe, and we is Microsoft and in the browser manufacturers, we believe the web can and should reach beyond the browser, which is why we're investing so heavily in making PWAs successful, right? So I've talked about a lot about it. I've hyped it up a little bit. What is it, right? So minimal viable PWA is an HTTPS website. That's it. It's an HTTPS website. Okay. Now, why is the HTTPS important? Well, because it's secure, right? It's an app. It's going to be installed. It's going to be running offline. It's going to look and taste and smell like an app. And so your users will trust it more than they would just a random website. And so we are requiring that it's HTTPS. That simple, right? The next thing is you can add, and you don't have to, but you can add a web app manifest. Remember earlier I said that PWA is actually a collection of a bunch of different standards? Well, HTTPS is a standard, right? Web app manifest is another standard, all right? And so the web app manifest, this is basically what a web app manifest looks like. So you have and all of these things, if you think about them, are telling your device, the operating system on whatever device you're on, whether that is a Mac, whether that's Windows, whether that's an Android phone, an iPhone, it doesn't really matter. What this file is doing is it's telling the operating system, here's how to install me. That's it. Okay. So what do you need the short name to be? Well, Washington Post. What's the full name? The Washington Post. What are the icons? Right. And so if you think about the icons, think about these icons down here. How do they show up? Well, we're going to see icons down there, and that is going to be where it picks that icon. So what size it is, what type it is, and so on, what the start URL is. So it could just be /, right? So the root, the entire website. It could be that you have a special directory, PWA. And I've done this in the past where I'll have an MVC based architecture and I'll put in the route PWA so that I know that it is my progressive web app, and it doesn't really do a whole lot different, but there are times when it will serve up a different file or a different, make sure I supply my manifest and so on and so forth. Should you display it in standalone mode? In other words, when I install a PWA, I can choose to have it just run as a tab in the browser, or I can say standalone, which says run this like an app, right? So it's in its own window, no Chrome at the top. So look at this PowerPoint deck here, right? It's got a thin little bar here at the top, but if that didn't say PowerPoint, you wouldn't know that was, you wouldn't know what app this was, and so on and so forth. Whereas if I go over to here, you can see the tabs, you see the URL bar, you see the favorites and extensions and other things over here. That's what I'm talking about by the Chrome. All right, I'm not talking about the browser Chrome. The browser Chrome does PWAs pretty well, actually. So this is not a slam on Chrome, the browser. This is saying all of this up here, if you want it to look and smell and taste like your application, then you want to do standalone so that all this goes away, right? And then orientation, because tablets can rotate, phones can rotate, and so on and so forth, what the background color is. All those things are telling the browser on a particular operating system, here's how you install me, and here's how you treat me and taste me, and so on and so forth. So that is the web app manifest. So we have HTTPS and a web app manifest, and we're pretty close, right? There's another standard called service worker, which gives us a bunch of other things like background, right? And so our background threads. So background threads are things that run in the background behind the website. So you can have long-running tasks, you can have things that do polling, etc. The service worker can also do caching. And this is actually what most people use it for, is they use it to do caching of the website. And so what I mean by that is typically you have a browser, it hits the internet, it returns. But what happens if you're offline? If you're offline, there is no connection here, and so the browser can't get to the internet. And a native application normally still has some functionality even if you're offline. Like I think about I use Outlook on my phone, right? And when I am offline, I can still see my calendar. I can still read my old emails that have already been pulled down. I can't go get new ones, obviously, but I can still do some reading. I can still check my calendar and those types of things. So what a service worker does on the caching side is the service worker sits between the browser and the internet and a cache, right? And so if you've already cached the site, then this is locally on your device already. So the browser will hit the service worker. Service worker is going to check and say, hey, do we have this in the cache? Great, return it. And so that is your offline scenario already taken care of. You can also, when you're online, check the cache and say, hey, do we have a cache version? Because if it's a cache version, all we have to do is read from a local disk, which is far faster than trying to read from from the internet most of the time. And so if we don't have it in cache, then we go get it from the internet, we stick it in cache, and then we return, right? And that way, what happens is the next time we're able to, and we can just, well, let me come back to this one here. So the next time when we check the cache, it is there, so we just return it from cache and life is good. All right. So the other one, this is a very common pattern, is that I want things to be able to be offline, but I want to be online first. All right. And so if you watch the flow of these arrows, I'm going to check my the internet first. I'm going to pull back, whatever the internet is serving up, from the server, right? And I'm going to stick that in cache. That way, when I am offline, I can still hit that cache and still pull from the cache. But once you have these three components in place, you're good. You've got a progressive web app, right? Now, there's a lot of other things that you want to do that typically starting over here on this HTTP side. Is your website responsive, right? Because most of the usage of PWAs is actually on mobile devices, such as the Android or the iOS devices. And so if you have a responsive website that is HTTPS, then you're in pretty good shape. If your website is not responsive and doesn't do well on mobile devices, well, go fix that first before worrying about the PWA. All of those things, but you start with a great web experience. You make sure that you add HTTPS, a web app manifest, and a service worker, and Bob's your uncle, right? So, at that point in time, you have a progressive web app. So let's build one. And this is going to be fun and interesting because I realized, I think I said this at the beginning of this, I brought my non-work machine. And because I'm on vacation, technically, I'm in Arkansas. I'm about to go bow hunting in the woods, and I'm going to be offline for 6 days, and I'm very, very excited about that. However, I forgot that my demo was set up on my work machine and not on this one, and so some of this may work, some of this may not work. We will find out here very, very shortly. So what we're going to do is we are going to start out with, I'm going to, oops, kill my node project here, and let's go take a look at our very, very simple static HTML page. So what I've got here is, this is a little Node app. I'm just using Node as a server. And you can see here that I'm requiring HTTP, Node static, because we're going to be serving up some static HTML files. And then this is actually my HTML page, right? Can you guys see that at all? Oops, let me bring over here like this. So it's literally just an HTML page, right? And so we have, body tag, div tag, h1 tag with simple static HTML page. So if you have never created a simple HTML page, well, you might be in the wrong talk. There are some earlier talks than this, or the PowerPoint user group is down the hall and to the left, and I'm teasing. But it's just HTML, right? So, this very simple to get something as stupid looking as my little website. Harder to do things that are much more beautiful. I'm not that artist. I'm a programmer, but let me go back over to here. Here is the simple static HTML page, and that is simply. Oops, go back over here to code. That is the text that is right here in my H1. Everybody with me? Raise your hands if you're with me. Yep, I can see a few in the back there. All right. So all we're doing is we are serving this up via HTTP right there. Okay, and so I'm just creating a server, listening for the requests, and sending the response, logging if there are errors, and I'm listening on port 3000. That's it. That's all there is to it for this little bitty thing. There is a little CSS style sheet here, and that's linked from my index.html. Not important, and so I'm just going to ignore that for the moment. The next thing that I want to do, so we're going to check out O2, and so here we're going to add SSL. Okay, and so if I come back over to my app, actually, let's take a look at our HTML page. First, notice nothing changed. Okay, simple static HTML page. If I go to app.js, there's a few things that have changed. HTTPS instead of HTTP. And then I have this options, and the options, I'm setting a key and a certification. Okay, and this is actually one of the things I realized that I have incorrect, and I'm going to go fix that right now. And that is I have the wrong
Hey Josh,
files
is it
there.
possible to zoom in slightly because it's hard to see the text that you're typing?
Sure. Let me try to remember where it is in here.
If it's Windows, shouldn't Control Plus automatically do that? There you go.
Is that better?
That's yeah. We could probably close all those. Well, maybe zoom out a little bit because we can read it, but it's taking up all your space. Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, there we go. Okay, so we have HTTPS. Okay, and now that we're in the I'm teaching font, we have HTTPS. Right here, we're creating an HTTPS server, and still listening on port 3000. The only difference is we're doing HTTPS instead of HTTP. But I realized that I had the wrong cert files in there, so I'm going to go, to the correct directory, and I'm going to paste my cert files in there, and let's see if this works. npm start. Okay, so it is listening, and if I refresh here, it's not working. right? Because that's HTTP. And so we need HTTPS. Okay, so I'm going to go to it anyway. So ignore this for a moment. This is because I'm using HTTPS on my local host and it's complaining about it. You would want to obviously fix those errors on your own server, but I can get to the page still. But I'm now on HTTPS. Okay, and all I had to do from a server side is I had to change it from HTTP to HTTPS and then add in my local key. If but all it has to be is HTTPS. It doesn't have to be a certain type of certificate or anything like that. Just HTTPS and you're good to go. Okay. The next thing that we need to do is, let me kill that, and we'll actually check out O3. Okay. Now, just so you're aware, the hang on. Yes. Okay. Good. Just so you're aware, all of this is actually up at github.com/joshholmes/simple PWA demo. And so here is actually the repository that I'm working out of. And so, here's how to go build a simple PWA and how to build this specific one, right here. So all the steps are right here. Feel free to go get all the code and do this yourself. So now I've got number 3, and let me do, or tag number 3. And so if you can't probably read that, but you can see added manifest.json. Okay. And so now let me come back over to this, and you'll see here we've got a new file here called manifest.json. And a manifest.json, very, very simple PWA demo. I've got a short name, I've got a language, I've got a start URL, which is index.html, and I've got standalone. Background is going to be white, theme color is white. That's it. That's all I need in my manifest. Okay. And so let me go start this one. And we will refresh. And we'll see the amazing, exciting changes. That there's no changes. This looks exactly the same. The web.manifest file doesn't actually impact the serving of this from a website perspective at all, right? It's simply another file that happens to be on your server. However, if I go to ... apps, now notice that I've got this install site as an app. Okay, so this works on the desktop. There are other ways to do it on your mobile phones and so on and so forth. But there, notice simple PWA demo, right? That's directly out of the manifest. And I install. And now, this is what I meant by all that Chrome goes away. Okay, now I can tell that it's still a browser because see that ... If I click on that, this is actually the same menu that you get here, just shortened, right? And so, oops, let's go back to this one. And so there is simple PWA demo running as an application on my device, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, the next thing I'm going to do, let me kill that, and my fave icon was not found, so it didn't have an icon. But if I refresh this, notice it says connecting, and then there's nothing running, and so it reviews connection, and so I don't have offline working yet. Oh darn. All right. But that's part of the demo. What we want to do is we're going to do 5. So now notice I've added a service worker, right? So a service worker, if I go back over here to code and go take a look at, see, serviceworker.js. Okay, it could be any name, it doesn't really matter. It's just a JavaScript file. But I have up here files to cache, and then as I on install, I'm going to go get those files and I'm going to add those to the cache. And then here, if we're offline, I'm going to go get these things from the cache, right? This is the entirety of the service worker. It's 25 lines. But let me fire up, fire up this demo again. So there is npm start. Let's go back over to here, and actually I can just see simple PWA demo. Oh, continue. Yeah. All right. Apps. Well, we'll just run the browser for now. I need to fix that HTTPS error on my local host. I apologize for that. But now, notice that it's served up. That's great. But if I go back over here to my console where I was running Node, I'm going to kill it. And you remember last time, I did the refresh and nothing happened, right? So if I refresh now, it's still thinking. It's still thinking. Oh no! It didn't actually work. I wonder if that's the HTTPS error is preventing it from caching correctly. It probably is. Yeah, that's probably the issue. But let me. I'm going to go do one other quick thing here, which is we're going to check out number 5. And if I go take a look now. In the index dots in here, I've added a main.js, and my main.js is going to check and see if the service worker is installed, and we're going to check to see if we're online or offline. And so let me go npm start, and HTTPS local hosts :3000. So we are online right now, okay? And if I kill this, refresh, unfortunately, I think it's going to have the same error. Yep. It's not caching correctly, and I'm 99% positive that it's the HTTPS issue, because I didn't get that set up properly before jumping into this demo. I apologize for that. But that is all there is to building a progressive web app. Step 1, make it HTTPS, even if it's broken. Step 2, add a manifest. So here's your manifest.json, and notice this one's a little bit more filled out because I've got different types of icons depending on the size, depending on the device, and so on and so forth. So if it supports PNG, great, but what size does it need, right? 144, 196, 512. This list actually usually gets pretty long for me because I try and add not only PNG, but other image formats, and a multitude of different sizes depending on what the device needs. What is your start URL? Do you want to be standalone? Do you want to be or not? White background, white theme color. What is our short name? What is our full name? Okay. So once you add your manifest.json, then you can go add a service worker, and at that point in time, you are good. You've got a progressive web app, and things are pretty good. So what I used HTML and CSS. I used JavaScript, just plain JavaScript. No fancy anything really, just JavaScript. I use Node.js simply as a web server. And then, there are some other things like Lightroom and OpenSSL. And then there is the GitHub, so on and so forth. It's actually one of the things I should show you here is over in Edge. Same thing in Chrome, by the way. So if you go to your developer tools and you go take a look at here, there is application. So if I click on application, okay, oops, actually let me go to localhost, and we'll do it here actually. Oh, need to be running the server, huh? npm start. Let's try that again. Refresh, yep. All right, and then more tools, developer tools, deliberately doing that so that, you know, it's not a magic key shortcut and so on and so forth. But you can see installability. Oh, it didn't detect the service worker. That's weird. Let's try that again. So it did not detect the service worker. Oh, the service worker won't run if the HTTPS is wrong. That's the problem. Okay. But let's go to mobile.twitter.com. Dangerous because I'm showing live content off the internet. Let me sign in. Okay, got it. Come on. All right. So now, more tools, browser task manager, not task manager, wrong one. I missed. Developer tools. Go to the application page. And if I click on service workers, you can see here I can do push notifications, I can do syncing, I can check to see if it's offline, etc. Back on the manifest page, it should have loaded up and shown me that I have one installed, and so on. Clear storage, really useful for when you're debugging and so on, so you can clear your site data, or you can clear specific data in there. You can check local storage, session storage, IndexedDB, web SQL, what's in your cache, you know, all the different assets, etc. You can check and see, has it done any background fetching, background syncing, and so on and so forth. And so there's lots and lots of different options here in the tools. And then if you go over here to Lighthouse, you can generate a report, and it will check for performance, progressive web app, give you a score back. You don't have to get 100% on that score, but you do need to have a pretty good score. And the higher that score is, the better that your progressive web app is going to perform, and the more responsive and so on and so forth it's going to be. So those are tools that are built right into your browser. So with that, let me step back over to here. So to recap here, a minimal viable PWA is start with a great web app, put it on HTTPS, add a web app manifest, add a service worker, and you're good. There's a bunch of great information here, developer.mozilla.org. They've got some great content on progressive web apps. There's also PWA Builder. So if PWAs look intimidating, you can actually go to pwabuilder.com. Actually, let me just, I'll just go over to that here. pwabuilder.com. So this was a site built by a guy at Microsoft named Jeff Berthoff and his team. And so if you go here, and let's do joshholmes.com, and so what it's going to do is it's going to go check and see, yes, I have a web app manifest, you know, so on and so forth. Do I have a service worker? What does a service worker do? And so on. The other thing that you can do is, let me go back to build my PWA. If you haven't already, go download the files, and it'll give you the ability to push your PWA to Google Play Store, Samsung Store, Windows Store, and Mac OS Store. So you can actually install your progressive web app from those different app stores. The iOS store, not at the moment, but the Android, Samsung, Windows, and Mac all have the ability to install a PWA directly out of the store, which is really, really exciting. All right, and then Microsoft also has a great getting started guide on progressive web apps. So PWAs start with a great web experience, then enhance that experience, okay? And what you really want at the end is a great web experience that, for performance, resiliency, installation, and engagement. So we can start with a great website and continually add to that until that becomes better and better and better. They start with a great web experience, etc. All right. So quick shout out to Aaron Gustafsson, who was my peer when I was on the Edge browser team. He's the original author of this talk. He has free courses and books. They're here in the slide deck, and I will make sure I get this to the organizers of Southern DevFest, and they can post this. And so with that, questions, and feel free to reach out to me, either right now or after the sessions are over. Feel free to reach out to me on email or on Twitter. I'm fairly responsive on both of those. So with that, thank you very much, and I am open and ready for questions. And I see Luke is here online, ready to take this.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Josh. That was a great introduction. We do have a few minutes if you could take a couple of questions. I think
Absolutely.
The biggest question we think is, are you going to share the slides and the link to that repo? And yes, I think you can. What's the best way for people to reach out about that?
So right here is the GitHub repo. It's already up there. Actually, I should probably just put the slides directly in that repo. In fact, I think I will do that. I will just go ahead and put the slides directly in the repo. But I was also just going to go ahead and send them to you guys, and you guys can publish them on your site or wherever you want them to be.
Yeah, sounds great. Hey, Danny, joining in.
Danny, you're on mute.
I'm muted. I'm sorry. That's 2020 right there.
That was
muted,
beautiful. Right? It was excellent. I'm blown away. My life has changed with the last 10 seconds of muted content.
Well, one thing I was going to suggest, and I wrote it in the comments, is why don't you tweet it out and let's send everybody to your Twitter so that way they can get the links directly from you. And then while they're there, they can possibly hit that follow button as well. And we can grow that as well, right?
Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. I will do that here as soon as we get off here.
Absolutely. And one question I had personally, and I've heard your PWA talk a couple times, and one of the biggest questions I have is, like, for example, with GDG, obviously we do a lot of like Flutter meetups and things like that. What is the biggest advantage that we have towards doing a PWA versus utilizing something like Flutter and just creating a regular mobile app?
So start with Flutter, create a mobile app, then add a service worker and a manifest, and people can install it as an app on their device, right? And the advantage of that for me is that, in last conference I ran, I did this, and people seemed to enjoy it, was the service worker, I was able to cache offline and this was an in-person conference. You remember those? Those were fun. Like, I love the fact that I could present from basically anywhere on this conference. I love that. What I miss about this experience is I miss meeting all of you in the hallways over lunch and so on and so forth. All that aside, so what I did was we made the conference website a PWA. Then people could install it. And once they had installed it, now they had the conference calendar offline, because that conferences are never, the Wi-Fi is always horrible, right? No conference center anywhere on the planet has a Wi-Fi network that is strong enough to actually handle as many geeks as we cram into there with as many devices as we cram in there. So every single Wi-Fi at every single conference I've ever been to has fallen over. And so having the calendar offline meant that we could, people could still reference the electronic version of the calendar, and we didn't need to print out and, kill more trees. So that was one of them. There's other advantages, from the push notifications side of things. With service worker. The service worker is a background thread that's running whether your app is up or not. And so it can actually pre-fetch content from the background, and it can also receive push notifications. And so this is overused, by the way. Every website that you visit these days pops up a little, hey, we want to do push notifications. Yeah, this is my first time at the site. I don't know if you have any good content or not. So no. But if you do allow for push notifications, then people can get that, and you can do, pushes for, hey, this speaker, hey, conference sessions are about to start, those types of push notifications. Other questions?
There was another question that came in. What are PWA downsides, from Patricia?
So PWA downsides, really, it is the mild complexity of making sure it's on HTTPS. As you saw, I had some problems with localhost dealing with that. Usually, I have a cloud-based VM that I do my development in, and it's got a real domain name and all that kind of stuff. And so I've got, dealing with HTTPS side is much easier. That's really it. Like outside of that, like it's progressive enhancements, which means if somebody is browsing on, God forbid, IE 11, or some older browser that should be killed with fire, it's okay. It's still just a website, and they will ignore the fact that there is a service worker and a web app manifest and so on and so forth. And so, it doesn't really matter if somebody's on a newer browser or an older browser if they just want to visit your website and the website happens to be a progressive web app. All right. The one additional thing that you do need to do or should do if you are doing a progressive web app is give your users instructions on how to install it, because otherwise most of your users, in fact, I can guarantee you that everybody in here has been to a web page that was actually a progressive web app and they didn't realize it. All right. And they didn't realize that they could have installed it and gotten a richer experience. But if they don't install it, they don't get that richer experience, but they still get the website. So there's not really any downsides other than it's a tiny modicum of extra work.
I think it's a great point.
Questions?
Yeah. Someone asked very quickly towards the end about, can you test with a private tab or incognito?
Oh, could I have done that?
Yes, like during some of your testing. Would that have helped at any?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't believe that would change the SSL issue. The problem with the SSL issue is that I don't have that cert installed as a root cert. So it's still saying not secure. It is still saying that I'm online. But at that point in time, notice that I can't go install it, because to install it means that it has to write permanently on the local disk and so on and so forth. So I can still browse a progressive web app, whether it is in private mode or not, but I can't install it while I'm in private mode, because doing that would break private mode. You'd have to break out of private mode. It's kind of like going into private mode and then turning on your GPS. All of a sudden, everybody knows who you are anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Good point. Well, I want to say that I think
I just realized that I did that. I actually went and did that real quickly. I tried it in a private, and I described what was happening, but I didn't. But my screen wasn't showing, so nobody online could see it. But that's what I did. Anyways, continue on, Luke. Sorry.
No problem. I just wanted to say that I believe Russell Thompson speaks for all of us when he says, Josh, thanks for taking time off from your vacation to be here. This is definitely more work than anyone expects you to do on your vacation. And yeah, through technical issues and challenges of just using other computers and everything, like we know it's tough, but we're so glad you were here and so glad you're able to join us for all of this. And it was just great. It was just great to hear. And so I hope people follow you on Twitter and social. And yeah, those links will be posted. You can also go back in the video and see the GitHub account that you mentioned. So just thanks again for being here.
Absolutely. So check very, very briefly in about 10 minutes. I will post on Twitter at Josh Holmes. I'll post the link to the GitHub repo, and I'll have the slides in the GitHub repo by that point. So yeah, check out that tweet from at Josh Holmes in about 10 minutes, and we'll see you online. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Josh. Well, we're going to continue on here with Southern DevFest Track 2 in just a few minutes. I wanted to show a couple of things to people as we're waiting. I want to show that the Southern DevFest YouTube channel, where you can jump to any of the tracks. The main one is just called Southern DevFest, but there's Southern DevFest Track 2 and Track 3 also there. So be sure to look at those throughout the day. You can see the schedule over at southerndevfest.com/schedule. Let me just put that up as a little banner here. And I wanted to say thank you again to Josh for joining us. I know our next speaker is getting all queued up and ready to go. And so in just a few minutes, Joseph Banta will be joining us. I also wanted to mention something I heard about, and that is that you can get your developer badge for attending DevFest. I'll leave the schedule up there by going to google.dev/devfest2020, and that'll put a little badge on your Google account, and you'll be able to see things. You'll basically get credit for attending. So kind of a neat little thing that we got set up for, or that's set up for all the DevFest this year. I see a question here. Will all of these video talks be available on the YouTube page? Yes, I believe that Southern DevFest YouTube page will continue on after the event, and will be there potentially for next year's DevFest. We'll have to see how this one goes. Looking at it, I can see there's over 200 people watching the various streams of our Southern DevFest across all the different tracks. So it's great to have everybody there. We're getting some early numbers that over 1,000 people have started, have tuned in. And so really cool to see. Again, my name is Luke Wallace. I am one of the organizers at GDG Dallas. You can find me on YouTube and Twitter there, posting little pictures and things randomly. So we're about 5 minutes out from our next presenter. If he's good to go, maybe we'll bring him in and do a little pre-chat as we prepare for that talk. Joseph, are you there? I don't want to unmute you forcefully in case.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Joseph, thank you. And where are you coming to us at?
I am live from my backyard, just north of Nashville, Tennessee. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day today. It's like early fall, not late fall. And I don't know. I just wouldn't rather be anywhere else today. It's gorgeous here today. What is it like in Dallas right now?
It's actually a beautiful day here as well. You may be able to hear some background noise throughout the morning. Turns out our neighbors are getting their roof replaced, and so joining from the backyard would be extremely noisy for me to do. So I'm trying to insulate myself a little bit inside. But yeah, the weather's great.
I have 21 chickens right over there, and it might be that they get riled up at some point in the next few minutes. And if they do so, we might just have a little chicken fest, and we can all groove along with that.
Now, do they actually do the chicken dance, or
they do? You have to train them. Especially, there's a school in Southern Ireland where they train your chickens to do the chicken dance, and it's a wonderful thing. I highly encourage visitation.
Interesting.
No,
Interesting.
no, you can't get chickens to do the chicken dance. I'm sorry for anyone among the many millions of watchers we have right now. That's not actually a thing.
Southern DevFest teaches you all sorts of things that you didn't even know you didn't want to know about, and chickens and chicken dancing is just part of the fun that we're having here on Southern DevFest. It's a Southern fried chicken DevFest. No fried chickens back there. Not hot enough.
No, my chickens are all alive and not fried at the moment.
At the moment. So,
yeah, I did have some eggs this morning though. That was my breakfast.
Fresh eggs from your chickens?
Oh yeah. Today's eggs.
Wow, that's great. Those are always the best. I'll do a quick shout out for just another minute. Speaking of YouTube pages, there is also a YouTube page for a lot of the regions, and I will just share very quickly. The GDG Dallas, GDG Dallas, I always should enunciate that better, YouTube channel. It has sessions from the past several months especially, but going back quite a ways. You can see even some of the speakers that are here at Southern DevFest have visited GDG Dallas and been recorded. So if you're looking for a GDG in your area, don't forget about searching YouTube and see if there's a channel for it. A lot of the chapters have set up YouTube channels for their chapters, and they can post recordings that they make. And that's gotten a lot easier with them all being virtual. It's a lot easier to record a virtual talk and make sure audio and video is all good. So we're seeing a lot of that crop up as well. And if you're just tuning in, I think it's we're getting real close to the time for our next presenter, Joseph Banta, who is here. And we're so glad to have you here today, Joseph. I will do a quick introduction for anyone who may not know Mr. Banta. Joseph is the director of the Nashville office of Band of Coders. In that role, he participates in the design and implementation of each technical solution, including building it himself or assembling the team to make it happen when appropriate. Joseph has been a developer and architect for more than 20 years and also can convincingly sound like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo when called upon, which for people who came to this talk because perhaps they read this bio, I believe I would be a bad host if I weren't to.
I forgot I put that in there, and that was before I got selected as a speaker. So I thought, why not just throw in something good? So, like zoinks, let's get out of here. Yeah, good.
I would say
I can also do a convincing English accent if you want, but it's probably offend somebody. And you know what? I think I want to say hello, howdy, bienvenidos, hola, willkommen, привет, to all those people from joining us from Ukraine. Anyway, thanks for being here. It's a beautiful day in Nashville. I don't know how it is where you are, but let's just jump right in. I have my presentation being shared. Hopefully you can see it. Am I live? Can you see this?
Yeah, I think we could see that there.
Okay. I also want to do a sound check, Luke, just to make sure that my audio is coming through live and clear.
Yeah, it sounds great to me.
Then I will continue. All right, so this presentation today is basically exactly what it says, how to write and deploy a dual platform mobile app on a tight budget. This is a question that comes up to me all the time as the director of a consultancy. People come and asks, well, how do I get started? And maybe you're a student, maybe you're a business owner, whatever. That tight budget part is always a concern. Let's see. I briefly want to give thanks to all the sponsors of the event today: O'Reilly, Vectra, Vaco, Carota, and Google, of course. And this, of course, is Southern DevFest. Again, this is my presentation on how to write and deploy a dual platform mobile app on a tight budget. Now, let me start with the problem. Let's say you want to get your brand or product or marketplace in the hands of your users and potential users. You basically just need to get something in front of those people. This is everybody's problem, right? How do you get your presence in their pocket? And we know all the typical ways, but I think it's good to step back and just say, well, where are the users? And this is all kind of intuitive. We all know that everybody's on their smartphones. According to eMarketer, we have people using their phones. I mean, for God's sake, 3 hours and 10 minutes per day, every day, on their phone. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not one of those people, but that's the average apparently in the United States. That's a lot of phone use. So the thing is, you pretty much want to be on your users' phones, on your users' tablets, just whatever they have in their hands. There's a few ways to do that. So you could have a responsive website. Responsive website is a site that renders well on desktop and mobile. A lot more eyeballs, I think, are now on mobile than desktop. So you probably definitely want that responsive piece, a good user interface experience. You could write an app, a native app, or something that compiles and installs natively on a device. Or you could you could come up with a PWA. And I wanted to shout out to Josh Holmes, who was on the schedule just before me. I'd strongly encourage you to go back and look at his presentation because it is, a concept that everybody should be aware of. A concept and, hopefully, the next thing that you do. Now, developing a website, I'm going to go through some of the options of those approaches. Some pros and cons to a website. Pros, generally, web developers are everywhere. So you're not looking at a tremendous cost to get started. And similarly, because the developers are everywhere, depending on the frameworks that you use, you should have something that's fairly easy to maintain. And then going over to the cons, how do you find it? Well, it's the World Wide Web, so theoretically anybody can find it. But, how do people know? People that are looking for widget A know that your site sells widgets. Maybe if you've got good search engine optimization, then your widgets appear and make your site appear in search engines. But maybe that's not what you're good at. It's not what I'm good at. Websites also theoretically have limited capabilities. Although I do want to say, the limited capabilities thing. This is kind of what a lot of people fall back on when they try to direct you to developing an app versus a web app. Most web apps now, there are plugins and other frameworks that you can use to do just about everything a native app can do. Of course there are some things that won't have plugins, but for let's say 95% of the use cases, you can do it on a website. There's just these cons that you have to think about, particularly how to find it. And that's where I'm going to go with developing a PWA. So for a progressive web app, pros and cons. And I'm going to jump in here and say this is just me talking. I'm not trying to cite any global authority that says these things. This is just kind of what I've come up with. Pros, you get a mobile desktop presence, app-like behavior. Cons, I see this. Okay, let me step back. Also, again, I gave a PWA talk in I think 2016, 4 years ago, saying, "Hey, this is the future. This is where everybody needs to be." At that talk, I asked, a room full of 150 people to raise their hands if they'd written service workers before. Nobody raised their hands. I think we'd get a few more people in the room to raise their hands today. But there's the problem that it's just not something that people understand well enough to call it. The mainstream is not the word that I want to use. but unfortunately, that's probably the thing that comes to mind. It's not exactly a mainstream development. It should be, and it will be. And maybe as soon as the whole global bandwagon of developers gets on board, we'll have it. But that's it. And another con is I say no App Store presence. Let me codify that a little bit. Of course, you can get App Store presence with a little extra work, except for for iOS. You have to basically wrap your app in a native app and then publish that native app to do this. So that's kind of a lot of extra work, especially considering that deploying to the App Store on iOS is a considerable pain. Oh yeah, so now given all the pros and cons that I said, I think it's the future. So I think we're gonna get there. Maybe next year. We'll see. Okay, now developing an app. By the way, was my Opera there good? I hope so. So pros and cons. Pros, you get that App Store presence. And with App Store presence, this is what a lot of app publishers are really looking for. They see it, I think, as a more limited marketplace in which to put their product. And it is. You can, that whole search engine optimization thing, you don't really have to duel with. You still need to put your keywords and things like that on your app listing, but it's a little bit easier to get your product in the hands of your audience. You get notifications, you get that native performance that you might be looking for. Cons, the cost of development. Okay, obviously, native developers might be a little bit more expensive than web developers. You should develop and test on each platform that you're targeting. So let's say you're doing dual platform for iOS and Android. You definitely need to test everything that you do on both platforms, because if you don't, you will have a surprise, and it will either get your app unpublished or get you some very angry users. And another con, this looks like it's a rewrite of the Pro App Store presence, but it's not. The con of App Store publication, there is a lot of work to publishing an app to the App Store. Now, I've published a lot of apps over the last 10 years or so. I mean, when I looked in my history on Xcode and Android the other day, and I think I saw 50. And I've got it down to a science. I can get an app published, in under a day, or I can get the app publication steps done in under a day. But if you're just starting from scratch, it takes you a while, especially when you have to deal with the hoops that the Apple App Store makes you jump through. In my opinion, they're a little bit more strenuous than what you have to do for Android. And I started off on Android, so maybe that's just me talking. But again, I'll fall back and say, hey, this is just me. So now, I said your pros. Among the pros are notifications. Well, you know what? Notifications you can get out of a PWA. Performance. I'm starting to doubt that more and more. That with for unless you're writing a CPU intensive game or something, every native developer will say that performance is what you get. But for probably 95% of the use cases, you're reading a list or presenting a marketplace and not doing anything CPU intensive. Performance simply is not a factor. So basically you're down to App Store presence, and this is what I go to if somebody needs that App Store presence, particularly for the iOS App Store. Then you have to have a native app. So now you're probably looking at me going, what is his angle? Where is he coming from? So I'll tell you, I run a Google developer group, but before it was a Google developer group, we were just a developer group. We were Nashville mobile developers. All that said, I'm not shilling for Google. I'm not shilling for Microsoft or Apple or anybody. I'm not. I like to think that I'm not selling anything. I try to be unbiased in my presentation of options to my clients. I just need to build a solution, and depending on their preferences, I'm going to build the solution that's best suited for each client. That I like to. I want to try to. Let me look at time. Where am I? Okay, so we're about 12 minutes in. Hopefully, I need to speed up the pace a little bit to get where I'm going. So, my guidance from all the options that we've looked at so far is generally to build a dual platform mobile app. Basically, because people want that app store presence. I think very soon I might be shifting that guidance to PWAs, but there's that missing piece of the Apple App Store without some extra work. So for now, this is where I am. This is where I'm going. This is where I'm telling most of my customers to go. Now there are several options to building a mobile app. There's building a codeless app, which theoretically you write no code and you have an app. There's building a cross-platform mobile app, which uses some framework to deploy to compile for each platform for you. And there is native, where you write two separate code bases. You write the same code in two different places for both iOS and Android, and hopefully you end up having a uniform experience across both apps. Now, codeless. This is something that as a developer, I probably should be afraid of, but I know that there are people that this is the best option for. So for a codeless app, basically the idea is that the user enters their web config or their config into some web tool, and the app is published automatically. So basically you want an app to do something. You drag and drop images and lists and banners onto a configuration screen, and they're there. And these things actually work. It's pretty awesome. If you haven't checked out, I would probably developers. I would actually recommend non-coders to go check out a couple of the options that I'm going to mention. Among them, Glide. Glide is a framework that you can use basically to turn a Google Sheet into an app. They say in 5 minutes for free. It's of course, it's a little bit more complicated than that. But they have so many templates already. I mean, just look. And again, I'm not shilling for Glide. I'm just telling you people, this is an option. This is something you can do. They have lots of templates that you can use to start with. They have documentation. And of course, it's a commercial product. So, you can start with a free option, or you can pay and get, a basic app, or pay more and get pro app for so much per month. And I think, I think the product of Glide is a PWA. Oops, I left a lowercase a. My apologies to all uppercase letters everywhere. Okay, so now Adalo. Adalo is another codeless or no-code framework. And there are more. This is just the two that I'm going to highlight here with Adalo. Basically, and this is their marketing material, so it looks like marketing material. You have a web designer on screen, and you can put any of these. Look at the options they've got. They've got navigation, lists, buttons, charts. They have chat. It's you can chat with other users of this thing. You can browse content. You can. There's a payment processing system integrated in there. You can connect and chat with other users of the same app, because basically the app you can have the app sits on top of a shared database. You can assign and complete tasks, and you can have an admin app sitting on top of the same shared database as a consumer app. This is what people usually do when they write their own native apps, but here it's actually kind of done magically for you. Pretty neat, right? Well, of course, there's a cost. Similar to Glide, there's a free plan. Comes with a limitation of 50 rows per data, 50 rows of data per app. Not a lot of configuration that you can actually put in there. And a pro plan and a business plan. Now, let me go on to native development. This is an option that I'm sorry, native developers, I am encouraging almost no one to do. In the last year, I sat and oversaw the development of a dual platform native app for a multinational conglomerate. And the cost was in the millions. We had full teams of developers, QA, DevOps. In the end, though, the app could have been written in any native platform, in any dual platform framework, and it would have been the performance, the presentation, the user experience would have been probably identical. With native development, you get separate code bases, probably different developers for each code base, probably, because Swift people are not necessarily the guys that they're going to be writing your Android, if it's Java or whatever. Theoretically, you could have the same developers, but probably not. And that whole separate code bases notion, that just makes everything very expensive. Now, of course, you get direct sensor and hardware access. Sometimes, that is absolutely what is necessary to drive your app. Let's say those high CPU usage games, video processing. Although there's lots of good video processing plugins for the various frameworks. So I say that basically if you're going to do something, you might if you need that performance, that's probably about the only reason that you do this approach. Now, among the cross-platform frameworks, there are several. I can think of Ionic, Xamarin, React Native, Unity, Flutter, NativeScript, and I have actually deployed apps using all these frameworks, commercial apps using every one of these frameworks. I'm not doing anything in Ionic today. I'm not doing anything in NativeScript today, but they're all fun things to play with. Now, looking at these different frameworks, basically, there's a few options. Ionic is kind of JavaScript that has a nice framing to make it work. Xamarin is .NET development targeted towards mobile. React Native, here you get kind of JavaScript programming targeting mobile, and it works very well. Unity is also kind of I don't know if I'd say the programming language, at least when I last used it, was .NET and C#, and okay, maybe not .NET. It was C#, and it's very good, very mostly targeted towards games and things like that. Flutter, I haven't done a ton with Flutter recently. I know there are some guys here that have, so please forgive me. And then NativeScript, it's kind of the next. Well, there's not too much. I think there might be a presentation on NativeScript, so I won't say too much here. Now, among these options, there's so many. How do you even choose where to go? It's almost impossible to you have to have some criteria to help you figure it out. Now, I'm going to remind you, I'm not selling anything. I don't want to combat anybody and say, you really need to be using Xamarin because it's the best programming language ever, or you need to be using Flutter because it's the best ever. Some of those things I might actually say sometimes, but I think it really depends on a lot of factors, including oh yeah, I got a little bit ahead of myself, sorry. The first thing I want to ask, what is your preference? Is there some framework you want to use? Is there some reason you want to go a certain direction with your technology approach? And a lot of the time they'll come at you and say, yeah, we want X, and they want this framework to be used because it's their CTO has already chosen it. If that's the case, theoretically, given that I have the people to do it, then or that I can do it myself, then yeah, that's what we'll do. Now, that's not the only question I ask. I also want to ask, what technologies and frameworks are already in use. So let's say you're a big enterprise shop and you've got a lot of .NET in-house. Well, if you're a .NET house and you're sitting on Azure and you have a lot of, let's say, Microsoft integration, then maybe we ought to be considering Xamarin. I mean, that's not the sole reason to choose Xamarin. I really like Xamarin. It's a great platform with a great framework with a great future, I think. But if you're Microsoft, stay Microsoft. If you have like a big React code base, then you should be thinking probably React Native. If you're there's so many things can help you answer this question. Next, I want to say, well, what is the target audience? What are the use cases? And if you're talking about a game, then you need to go Unity or Unreal Engine or something like to write your app. But if you're just looking at something that's going to present lists, email or something like that, you can use any of them. Now, the other thing that people always forget about, and this is what I'm serious, people will come at you with an idea for an app, and then you'll say, okay, so how do you present your data? How do you manage your users? What do you do to administer things on the back end? And they'll kind of give you a blank look like, oh, well, that was that isn't that part of it? And you say, no, that's a whole separate dashboard or whatever that we have to develop. And so it really depends on if they need this. If they need a dashboard, then you really need to throw that into consideration of the frameworks that you're going to use. Something else that I always consider is talent pool availability, and I think this is the question that a lot of people ask first. So based on who I am, I'm going to tell you that this is a React Native project because that's all I do. Well, that's not all I do. I'm not going to tell anybody to do. I'm not going to tell everybody to do React Native because I think there are sometimes better ways to do things. I'm not going to tell everybody to do Xamarin. I'm not going to tell everybody to do NativeScript just because I specialize in that. I try to be a generalist. I want the customer experience to be more important than my experience. So looking back at all these cross-platform frameworks, in the lack of any other guidance, I'm probably right now recommending most often React Native. That is just because of the talent pool availability. I can get a lot of people to do React Native apps. I can. It's not that hard to school a JavaScript developer who knows React into basically the specialty of targeting mobile. It makes a really nice user experience, and I've not, there of course there are some complexities to it that I'm not going to get into right now. I'm not going to do any live coding in this presentation. That's a different presentation than today. I'm just telling you which way I'm typically going right now. Next year it could be Xamarin. It could be I don't know. What else? Now for the back end, that answer probably depends on the client's budget, your budget, the talent pool, a lot of other questions. Do they? A lot of the time, you're going to stand up this app and it has to be hosted somewhere. Well, are you it doesn't really matter. I don't think. I mean, you can host it on the Google Cloud, AWS, Azure, whatever. But the best answer really depends on so many things. And you know, there's in addition to the back end, I kind of didn't really do this slide right. There's also that administrative dashboard thing. So given that a lot of people want dashboards, you're probably going to have to end up standing up some kind of web app, or maybe even a mobile app that does the administrative stuff. And in that case, I want to say, well, what's your budget for it? And if there is no budget, then hey, I've done backend or administrative dashboards where the entire thing is in Google Sheets. Nice thing about Google Sheets is that, you know, it's shared entirely online by whoever you give access to. There's a really nice API for accessing the data in the sheets, and you know, it's not beautiful in terms of you know, presentation for like end users, but if all you need is data that can be sorted or, you know, retrieved, Google Sheets is actually a really good option for a back-end administrative tool. And here when I say back-end here, I'm not talking about the hosting. I'm just talking about the administrative tools. So then going to like a minimal budget. Well, what if you have just a little bit of money to put something together? Well, in that case, I say WordPress, because WordPress, you know, it's been around for thousands of years. And you know, I can say that because I was doing it thousands of years ago. And it can, you know, there's some really nice plugins to WordPress. Like Josh said earlier, you can even make WordPress a PWA. And, you know, it sits on top of a database. It's a really great, powerful tool. So if you have a minimal budget for a backend administrative dashboard, then I'd say put together a WordPress site that hosts your data. What if they do have some dev budget for that administrative dashboard? Then in that case, let's say you've got your React developers doing React Mobile. Well, just take some of their time and develop a custom React site. So these are just a couple of the options for assembling, you know, your solution. I see I've got about 15 minutes left, so I can actually kind of relax and go a little bit slower. I'm sorry I sped through those last things. Hopefully didn't skip anything. But there is one last concept in this: write and deploy a dual platform mobile app. That's the title of this presentation. That included in that title is "and deploy," and that means that basically you need to deploy your app to the app stores. Here is what gets a lot of people in trouble. They don't either foresee this. Sorry, there's a plane flying overhead for me right now. You don't foresee the effort in deploying to the App Store, or you just think it's going to be a lot easier than it is. And you know, when you deploy the App Stores, unfortunately, there is more work to do. So, considering some of that work for App Store deployment, you have to create a publisher account. This is something that's, you know, not complicated or anything, but for instance, you know, it can take, I've actually seen it take 2 weeks when you sign up with Apple for a publisher account. You say, okay, I'm ready. Here's my $99. At some point, they vet you. They look up, make sure that you are actually a business and that you're doing stuff, that you're licensed for whatever region you're in. I've actually had this happen. And yeah, it can take some time just to get the publisher account. It is $99 a year, so there's a recurring $100 expense for Apple developers. And for Google, a little less barrier of entry, $25 one time. You know, still not free, but that kind of prevents just anybody from getting on and publishing, you know, spam all the time on Android. That's probably about the only thing that prevents spam for Android publishers. Now, in addition to the publisher account, once you've got that, you have to create the app listing. The app listing consists of several pieces of metadata. The app name, of course, the bundle ID. it just basically kind of your reverse domain name of your website, if you have one, is what people usually use. So next, you have to come up with your app description and all these things. You want it to read well. You want a copywriter or somebody who can at least dot their I's and cross T's well to go through your description, your category, your language, your keywords, because all these things are presented to users in the end, and this is what markets your app to the world. In addition to the app listing, you need screenshots, and surely the people here have been online recently. You've seen that screenshots are increasingly not just screenshots; they're also shots of people using the app and looking happy. So there are whole marketing campaigns, multi-million-dollar marketing campaigns that go into just getting those screenshots for various apps or whatever. And you have to come up with the screenshots for both the phone and the tablet if you target tablet form factor for your app. So if you want to just get the base screenshots of your app running on a device, it's not that hard. But if you want really happy looking people using happy apps, you have to spend some time making that happen. And it takes some expertise. Next is tester distribution. And here's one point where both platforms get it kind of right and kind of wrong, I think. So on Apple, if you haven't done this before, to deploy to an Apple and iOS device, you have to deploy it through TestFlight. And this is basically to help Apple to certify for the developers, for the users, that a developer is a real person, and that an app is a real app, that the app comes from that developer, pre-release. So if you want to get your app into the hands of your users before you've actually gone to a production release, you do it through the TestFlight program. TestFlight, the users actually install TestFlight on their phone, and then you would give them an invite either through a simple URL or an email or whatever, and they install it. Now, for Apple and for Android, there's the notion of internal users and external users. For Android, they treat it as open beta testing and closed beta testing. But I think on TestFlight, you can give your users your app to I can't remember if it's 25 users. Somebody can probably put that in the chat. If it's whatever there's some maximum number of users that you can give your app to before you actually have to submit it for review. And then on Google, there's Google Play for beta. So for beta testers, you just you can publish your app to Google Play without actually going to production to the public, and then you just kind of invite people by email for open testing or beta closed testing. And there's different ways. There's kind of a lot more to it than what I'm saying, but it's probably more concept than a simple 5-minute slide can give you. So I'll leave that for another presentation. And I actually had a whole presentation on publishing to the App Store before. Now, for external users, external testers in the public release or a public release, let me slow down. For external testers or a public release, for iOS, the app has to undergo App Store review. And what that is that there is a person, yes, there is actually a real person that looks at every app that is published on the Apple App Store. I see that as very problematic. I think they should stop. I'm sure there's people in this room that think it's great, but I think the problem with the individual reviewer is that you are subjected to the subjective concerns of that individual reviewer. Sometimes one reviewer tests a lot of things. Sometimes they barely do anything. And sometimes they say that your app has to adhere to these guidelines. Sometimes they don't really care. And until they can get that testing, that review entirely automated, I'm going to have a gripe with Apple about it. And I've been doing this for a while. I'm not a noob. I'm saying this as an experienced publisher. I'm fine with it. I can deal with it, but it's not really objective. Then for continuous distribution, and what this is let's say you make a change to your app and you want that change published to the App Store. Well, I think the best way to handle that is through some continuous integration, continuous distribution system, and it's absolutely necessary for the long term. Like if you're going to have an app that's going to see a lot of maintenance, or a lot of even for a couple of months, some updates and things that you want to get published to your app, then you need to put some kind of continuous distribution system in place. And there are lots of tools and sites that do this. Jenkins, one that's been around for 10 years or so. App Center is great. I've been using it for a lot of my apps lately, and I'm actually in the column of a Microsoft fan because of App Center. Circle CI, GitLab, Bamboo. Oh yeah, and that's pretty much the list of tools. I think that's about all that I would have to present about it. Now, I want to point out, this has been a tour of the forest. This has been a very high-level view of developing an app, and of some of the concerns you run into when you want to develop an app. My target audience is people that are on a budget, and if you're really, I think everybody's on a budget, but if you're really more concerned about quality of the app, then there's kind of a lot of different concerns that you should be looking at. But kind of the point is, this has been a very high-level overview, and if you want a closer look, you should kind of go do it yourself if you haven't already. And as I've pointed out a few times, these opinions are my own. I'm just a guy who's published a bunch of apps. Everybody in this room has different opinions from me. I guarantee it. And hopefully I didn't piss too many people off. Now, I don't know. I think we've got about 5 minutes for questions, if there are any, and I'd be happy to answer any if I could.
Thanks, Joseph. That was a really good overview. We did have a couple of questions pop up. So one was from Dan asking, doesn't Google Play allow PWAs to be listed in their store?
Yeah, so maybe I wasn't very clear when I said that. I said that there's no App Store listing, and I know at one point I said specifically on iOS. I know that Google Play does allow PWAs to be listed, so please take that away if I didn't say that loud enough. That is definitely a truth. When I was saying that there's no App Store listing, I'm specifically singling out the Apple App Store, and I'm guessing that's because they want to maintain that marketplace as long as they can. Because as long as you have to develop and target the Apple App Store, you'll have to write native apps and have that publisher account, that $99 a year, and that's probably a revenue stream that they don't want to get rid of. So another gripe I have with Apple. So yes, you can publish PWAs to Google Play. My apologies if I didn't make that loud and clear enough.
And I do want to remind people that the session we just had, that we just finished up a little bit ago, about an hour ago, Josh, was all about PWAs and how to get started in them, and some great resources there. There was another question from Logan. Do you have any tips on publishing an app as an individual versus an organization or business?
My tip, my advice for anybody is, as soon as you start on your code base for your app, also start looking at your app listing. As soon as you start, first thing, start doing some DevOps, even if it's just yourself. And I don't know if this is the level of advice that you're looking for. It's probably more complicated, more specifically. You're probably asking a more specific question than this. But I think the very first thing as soon as you start thinking about your code, start writing, your first line of code that night, go sign up for a publisher account for both Google and Apple, because you're going to run into problems that you didn't foresee. And, there's lots of things, lots of hoops you'll have to jump through in order to get things the way you want them. One thing I didn't mention, so I did say that people can develop, I meant to say this earlier, you can write a React Native app and publish it. Your React Native app can simply be a web view that shows a web page. Now, iOS, the Apple App Store has certain guidelines in place that say that if your app does nothing more than what a website would do, it violates our guidelines and it won't be published. And that's one of the things where you might fail an app review. So if you do want to publish a web app as an app, theoretically, you're supposed to do some extra things, like you need to add like a hamburger menu to show the options that are available to your user. You should always show your app name at the top. You should always, maybe you should show an introductory carousel to first-time users. I'm sorry, I'm kind of going off.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great point. I work in the mobile app business as well, and I've definitely heard that advice and recommend that, especially if you're starting a personal app, is go off, get your developer accounts, search the App Store, because apps with the exact same name will end up being confusing. And so check for branding, check for naming, look around, start thinking about what's your app icon going to be, what's your name going to be, how are you going to do those things? Because like you said, if you wait till the very end to do that, you might realize that, it's a very crowded space, especially if you're trying to create like a personal app that you want to put out there and publish and maybe monetize. And so I think it's really great to get started as soon as possible, like you said. And this is a great overview of all the different ways that you can get into both app stores for less than the price of building a huge team, and that, millions of dollars to hire two professional development teams to do it. And for a lot of people, that's really the way they have to go.
Yeah.
I think Tim Hill jumped in, one of the GDG mentors, and said, Joseph is broadcasting live from the 9th hole at the first annual GDG golf tournament, which is actually a really great idea, Joseph. Are you going to be hosting the golf tournament there?
Absolutely. Yes, I do have a golf course right over there, so we could do that here. Now I couldn't really put everybody else up in my house. Maybe we can get tents. I would love to do that. So Tim, thanks for the suggestion. I will put it in the suggestion box.
And there are also chickens, so make sure to check the beginning of the talk where we talked all about chickens, and we learned a lot.
So hey, I guess time's about up. Let me give some shout outs. I want to say I work for Band of Coders. I'm managing director of the Nashville office of Band of Coders. We write custom code for whatever solution you're looking for. Shout out to GDG Nashville. That's the developer group that I run. And also want to thank my treehouse, which I've been building for the last 2.5 months, and I'm very proud of. It's 16 feet up in the air, and it's about half done, as you can kind of see there. Now, also thanks again to the sponsors, and thanks to you guys for coming and listening. And in the words of Ted Theodore Logan, you can't read what he said, so never mind. Be excellent to each other is what he actually said. He didn't say thanks. Yeah, that's all.
Well, thank you very much, Joseph. It's been great having you here. Did you want to just say a few words about the GDG that you run, about your meetups, what kind of topics you guys talk about, all that kind of thing?
Absolutely. So it's been a while since we've had an in-person presentation. And I am giddy of the prospect of getting those started again. I would actually, I would do it today. I have no fear at all of COVID because I'm an idiot. I would love to be in the presence of other people, even, tight spaces would be fine. I know other people are uncomfortable with it, and that's really the gist. Until we're free of the fear, we won't have the in-person things anymore. So I'm looking forward to those in-person events again. I might actually try and host something at a restaurant very soon, just to so we can all sit across from each other. But for now, we're staying online, and that's how it is.
That's great. I know that's how a lot of GDGs are operating at the moment. And so lots of thanks coming in through the comments there. And so we all really appreciate you being here. And so thanks for joining us on Southern DevFest 2020. Cool. Well, if you've been tuning in, you may have realized that this is an all-day event going on. We've now been live, it says, for 2 hours and 47 minutes, and we've got a couple hours to go to complete this. So I'm going to show you a couple of things here. If you want to keep up with the schedule, the best place to go over to is southerndevfest.com/schedule. Let's see if I can make this a little bigger. There you go. And it shows the upcoming schedule here. Coming up in just about 12 minutes, we'll be down to developing a Google Assistant app with no code. And then with Ricardo de Andrade, maybe? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Probably not. And Cryptography 101 in just about an hour and 12 minutes. There's a typo here. It should be Robert Bodegheimer, but we'll be checking in with him. So if you want to learn all about cryptography, or at least some basic introduction to Cryptography 101, check us out at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central. I guess now we want to hear from people in the comments. We've got 38 people I see watching right now. We'd love to hear, where are you all watching from? Are you joining us from, a southern region area? Or are we talking Texas, the Carolinas, Florida, any of those areas, or maybe from somewhere else? So we'd love to hear more about that directly from you. I will do a quick shout out and to my GDG chapter, GDG Dallas. You can see it about here on your screen, and you can find me on Twitter at Luke Luca, listed there, and on YouTube, Luke Wallace. GDG Dallas has a YouTube channel if you'd like to check that out, as do a lot of GDG chapters. So look for a GDG chapter in your area. I see Suresh is also joining us from Dallas. So, hey, Suresh, great to see you. Laverne Witherspoon is joining us from North Carolina. And so that's great. We've got people all over. We know definitely North Carolina and South Carolina are some of the big chapters that we have in the southern region of the GDG. And so great to have everybody here. Oh, we've got Brian Klein joining us from Florida, and with a beautiful tiger there as his avatar. And I'm probably going to mess this up. Fadim from Turkey. That's great. I'm not sure exactly what time it is there. I would guess it's getting kind of late in the evening. And so great to have you joining us. Thanks so much. This has been going on for a few hours, and will go on for a couple hours more. So a couple things to remember is that you should check out southerndevfest.com/schedule. I've got a little scrolling link there. And if you want to get a developer badge for attending DevFest, this goes on your official Google developer account. It's all free, but just go to google.dev/DevFest2020, and you'll see, or you'll basically be awarded a DevFest badge, and just kind of a cool little way to remember that you were here, and to kind of prove that you came to the event. I see we have some more comments here. We have people joining us from Finland. And we also have Logan joining us from Utah. Saw some Twitter posts about the conference and decided to join in. That's great. Yeah, we're using a couple different hashtags I've seen floating around. Hashtag Southern DevFest has been floating around, and so it's great to have people joining us with all of that. And so, yeah, if you know somebody who's interested in tech, great to just have them look through the schedule. It's scrolling there at the bottom of your screen, and you will be able to see all the upcoming schedules. And there are multiple tracks. I do want to mention that this is not the only track for Southern DevFest. There are also tracks 1 and 3. We are track 2. I'm your host, Luke Wallace, and I will show that. Let's see, I can do a screen share real quick. There's actually right below this video is probably the Southern DevFest account. That's where we're live streaming from. And if you go to the main account, you will see that there are actually 3 different live streams all running simultaneously for 5 hours. Stay tuned, though. Towards the end of the event, the final session will basically be a big group wrap up over on track 1. That's the one labeled just Southern DevFest here with a slightly different logo. Join over that. They're actually going to be giving away prizes. I believe they said over $700 worth of prizes to people who attend. My understanding is there will be a form that people will fill out at the end that they'll basically share a link to, and then we'll ask everyone to fill out the form. Basically a simple feedback form, not any personal information that I'm aware of. And we'll be looking for people to just provide feedback on how the event went, maybe what your favorite sessions were, how we could improve. We're just so glad to have everybody here. We got Matthias from Germany. Apologies to the pronunciation. And so that is great to see. We've got an international audience. This DevFest is being run by people in the southern region of the GDG for North America. And so that's basically everything from Texas to Florida to North Carolina. That's kind of a big, southern block of the United States there. So it's a lot of fun and a lot of people, and you're seeing speakers from not only that region, but from other areas. And so I wanted to jump over here and see, there we go. I am your host for track 2, Luke Wallace, and we're going to have our next presenter join us in just a couple minutes, Ricardo. I can see he's joined us backstage, and so I'll be watching for him to kind of be ready to join us. And then we'll turn it over to him. He will be talking about developing a Google Assistant app with no code. And that's pretty impressive. And there's a lot that you can do with Google Assistant. I know that they've been expanding their capabilities a lot in the past couple years since they first announced it. And so stay tuned for that coming up in just a couple minutes. Great to see people being active in the chat. I think we'll do some fun questions maybe between this next talk and the next one if you want to hang out. Like I said, there are lots of other talks going on. There are basically 3 talks going on each or across each of the tracks over the next couple hours. So be sure to check out southerndevfest.com/schedule. And then you can see the list of all the tracks, or just kind of jump into the other YouTube videos and YouTube live streams for maybe people that are just joining us or came across this stream. Feel free to look at the Southern DevFest YouTube account for all of the live streams and that are happening right now. I'll mention over on the other streams if you're curious what they are. Track 1 is going to have async principles, understanding callbacks, promises, and async await. that sounds very much like maybe an Android talk, but it could also be Kotlin and some other things. But just the principles of doing asynchronous computing, where you're not sitting there waiting for it to do something. And then on track 3 is undefined, not null, getting started with JavaScript. So if you've ever been interested in web technologies and JavaScript especially, go over and check out track 3. Oh, great to have everyone here. How's everybody doing? Good? Have you seen a great session so far? Go ahead and drop that in the chat. Are you excited about an upcoming talk? We'd love to see that. As always, during the talk, if you've got questions, just post them in the comments, and we will keep an eye out for those and answer them as best we can at the end of the talk, assuming there's time. And make sure you're following our speakers on their socials. Keep an eye out for that on their slides that are there. From my experience, checking in with some of the other streams, you can pause them and then start playing them again. So if you see something, you can always back it up and watch it. And then you can always catch back up to live between sessions or whenever you feel like. So this YouTube platform allows for us to do quite a bit while we're doing it. We've got a comment here saying, I just joined in, first session, excited to build this app. That's great to see. I'm excited too. I've definitely played around with the Google Assistant, done a little bit of development and used some of the older tools, and I know they've revamped some of those. So it'll be interesting to see what this new approach is. So I will see if Ricardo is about ready, and then we'll bring him in here in just a minute. And I'll remind people that if you have any questions about DevFest in general, just go ahead and, or about the Southern DevFest in general, feel free to throw those in the chat, and I'll be watching that during the session and can help answer. SouthernDevFest.com is probably the best resource to go to. You can look at the schedule, look at the speakers, look at our sponsors, and want to remind people to get your developer badge for attending DevFest by going to google.dev/DevFest 2020. And if you're enjoying DevFest, make sure to stick around for the final session over in Stream 1. The main Southern DevFest session will be directing people there at the end of this stream. And then we'll be doing some giveaways, a big wrap up about the whole event, giving away some swag and prizes. So I believe everyone who attends is eligible. It's just a matter of being there towards the end when they're doing the giveaways. I'm not in charge of the giveaway, so there is no sort of extra comments you can make to me that will improve your chances. I don't even know how the system will be run. So Ricardo, I am looking for you to join. I don't know if you're going to be able to join us. Okay, it says he's ready to join. I can add him into the stream. And
all right. I guess you guys can see me, can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
There?
Thank you so much, Ricardo, for joining us. If you don't know Ricardo, and I don't know, maybe everyone on the stream does, he called all his friends and family, and they're all watching right now. But if you don't, let me introduce Ricardo to you. He is a technical trainer lead for Apogee at Google. He's a technical with 20 years experience in technology. Prior to Google and Apogee, Ricardo has held roles as architect, developer evangelist, and software developer. Ricardo holds an MBA, an MS in software engineering from San Jose State in San Jose, California, and a BS in computer engineering from Pontificia Universidad Católica do Paraná.
Oh, you almost got it. Yeah.
In his home country of Brazil, where they speak
Yeah.
Portuguese. I know that much. Ricardo is currently pursuing a PhD at Florida Atlantic University, and
Go out.
I feel extremely dumb after that introduction. I'm like, so he has learned all the things. He knows everything. I will gladly turn it over to you, Ricardo.
Just a fair warning to everybody. This is not your typical technical talk. It will get technical, but I try to make this a little bit fun. And with that in mind, I don't know if we can actually, I don't think I can hear participants, but maybe I'll keep an eye on the chat here. This one in specific, I like to start with a question to you guys. It's does anyone know how much a polar bear weighs? And it's an old one. Thinking some of you guys will know the answer there. I'll just go ahead and shout it out, enough to break the ice, right? So this talk here, like I'm saying, it's going to be not conforming with what you've seen before. As you can see from my shirt, I actually have, this is my backup shirt. I have another one that says Best Dad in the Galaxy. Don't have that one ready for today. I got my second best one here, the Dad Man one. And the reason why I'm wearing this here is that we will be building, and drum roll, let's see here, a dad joke app. I do have 2 kids with me here in the house. I love to annoy them every chance that I get. I tell them that the eye rolls, I collect eye rolls to give me super dad powers. And dad jokes are the best way to get those eye rolls going. So with not too much more ado, this will be the focus of the app that we'll be building. My goal here, and it will be depending on what the demo gods are willing to allow me to do today or not. I already just had my lights flickering here just before starting the session. So let's see how it goes. My intention is to do everything live for you guys. So we'll be building this app here. I'll be walking. I don't think we can go slow enough for you to follow along, but hopefully this is being recorded and you can go back and revisit and then actually do the app by yourself as well. The main intention is to show you how easy it is for you to build, right? So we have here, give or take half an hour with some time for questions. And I'll be explaining along the way. So if you take all the explanation out, assuming that I know what I'm doing and everything goes smoothly, you can potentially build something kind of rudimentary like what we're doing here in just a fraction of seconds. So I'm going to give you a little taste first, and then we'll actually go on and start playing with it. And for that, I have my assistant running here on the phone. And let's see how that goes. Talk to dad's jokes. Oh,
here's something from Google.
Not that one. Talk to dad's jokes.
Okay, here's the test version of dad's jokes.
Good day, mate.
Please tell me a joke.
Okay,
let's try that again because I pressed a button that I shouldn't have here. Tell me a joke.
Why does a duck have tail feathers?
That's not my app, so let's start over again. Talk to dad's jokes.
All right, getting the test version of dad's jokes.
Hi, I can tell good jokes.
Please tell me a good one.
What's the difference between a poorly dressed man on a tricycle and a well-dressed man on a bicycle? A tire.
It's cheesy. Hopefully you were able to hear that. That's the goal for the app. Like I said, I collect eye rolls. So hopefully I just earn a few more from you guys there. Hopefully nobody's going to be dropping from the session after that one. But let's keep going here before I lose everybody. So we need jokes, right? So looking back into what are the ingredients for our cake that we're going to be doing here, right? So what are the main things that we need? Obviously, we need some jokes. Whether they're good or not, it's a questionable. I'm not being that picky, like I'm saying. My goal is not to get a laugh, is to collect those eye rolls. So next one that we'll be needing, it's a way to talk to the assistant, right? So we are talking about the Google Assistant. You can use one of those devices. You can use the phone like I was just doing now. And actually, when I start doing the app itself, we'll be using directly just on the browser. There is a simulator that you can use as well. But there are many different ways that we can use to talk to the Google Assistant. And then one more component is actions on Google. That's how we register our app with the assistant. That's how we tell the assistant where to find what we need to do. The app that I ran just now on my phone, it's not registered anywhere. It's not published. It just happens that I'm logged in on my phone with the same account that I used to create the app. So you can do the same thing. You don't actually need to get an app published. If I have any number of different devices with the assistant running on, as long as I'm logged in, I can get access to that app. So it doesn't need to be a public app, but the actions on Google is how you get to your app, how you register your app as well. And then next one, we'll be using Dialogflow, right? And this is kind of like one of the early ways of building the application. This is what we'll be using for this app here. In general, though, for you to build with Dialogflow, there is a way that you can build the application with Firebase as your backend, but it requires you to write code. And we'll see, I'll try to show a few different options on the UI as we walk through the app here. But Dialogflow is where we design the interaction that we want to have with the assistant, right? So there is the welcome message that when the app started, it says, hello, I am the dad joke app, and I can tell you jokes, for example. And then it goes into another state waiting for me to say something. So it is supposed to be a dialogue. That's why the product's called Dialogflow. Used to be called, I believe, something.ai. I forgot what was before, but it is an acquisition that Google did a while back. And Dialogflow will be what we'll be using, and then we'll be building our interaction this way. So not quite done yet, right? So we're not there yet. This is what I hear all the time that we go on a road trip with the kids, like the typical, it could be just to the grocery store, right? We leave the driveway, like, are we there yet? So in our case, we're not quite there yet. We just barely got an idea of what we need, right? So no jokes yet. We cannot get our jokes going yet. All we have is just a collection of pieces, right? So we need to try to make some sense of the mess that we're kind of building together here, right? So before we make the cake, we need to put everything together and mix it up, and then magically we get a cake towards the end. So we need our jokes APIs, right? So we need to get we need some place where we can go and request jokes for us. And APIs are that kind of glue. Anytime that we need to get data from somewhere else, look for an API, right? In our case, we want to get jokes. We'll look for a jokes API. Like mentioned before, we'll be using actions on Google, and we'll be creating the project. We'll be registering our application with the assistant on actions on Google, and we'll be using Dialogflow then to build that dialogue. Basically, where to go get the jokes, what are the phrases that we can expect the user to say, what is the application saying again, right? So we'll see all those in details. But that's more or less the sequence of things, sequence of the steps that we need to take before we build our app here. As every seasoned developer knows, best repository of knowledge. I work at Google, so it's a little biased, but you could go to another search engine if you wanted to search for what you need, right? So let's do that live here, and that will be going to just let's see, can type the jokes API. And very scientific method here, very important. We'll pick the first one there because it must be the right one, right? And I clicked on this before, so I may have researched this talk here before. I actually presented this to the Mountain DevFest a couple weeks back. So this is our API, right? We'll keep this tab open here. We can take a quick look. There's one very cool potential API that we can use here, right? Fetch a random dad joke. This is perfect for what we want to do. This API in particular, it gives us the option to get the jokes as plain text or as, plain text is this one here, or as JSON, as the example they have on the bottom here. We'll most likely go with plain text, and I'll explain a little bit when we get there. So let me go back in here, continuing with what we need, right? So imagine that we're building that cake. So next one, I will just do this way here so I can switch my tabs. Next step, like I said, we'll pick one. A lot of thought has gone into selecting one, right? The very first one there. It happens to work. And actually, side joke here, but before I did this talk, before I built the app, that's how I actually found out this API. I had the idea and I searched for an API for jokes, and that was the one that I found, and it works very well. So next thing that we need here, that we need to kind of get queued up for us, is the actions on Google, right? So console.actions.google.com, and let me do that as well. I need to though double check because I do have another account that I need to be logged in for this to work better. And that will be, let's see here. Give me 1 second, just want to make sure that I do log into the console with the right credential. I believe it is this one. I am on the right account, so sorry about that. So let's go console.action. Again, if I can type, console.actions. It's nice when the universe helps you. So console.actions.google.com without having to type everything. I do have a few attempts here that I've done in the past. We'll create a new one. So just getting this queued up for now. And let's see what else do we need in here. Basically, what I have in here is kind of like my backup slides. In case this doesn't work online, I have my slides to go back here that I can show you guys at least a screenshot of what it looks like. So I'll walk you very quickly through the steps, and then I'll switch back to the live version, and hopefully things will work as planned. So we need to create a new project. In that project, basically saying what is the name of the project. We'll select custom as the way to build it. And then in the next step, we need to, when we go into building the interaction itself, we need to go all the way to the bottom. If this pop-up here goes away.
I'm wondering, can you zoom in a little bit, Control plus or Command plus or something, just to make that screen a little bigger?
So this is just on the slide itself. I can actually zoom in once I go into the real UI, just to actually show all the steps. Then I can zoom in to all the different ones.
Okay, that'll be great.
The one that I wanted to point out on this step here is all the way at the bottom there, where I didn't want to move my mouse for the pop-up not to come back. There's an option for dialog flow, which is actually hidden. You do have to scroll down. Well, it depends on your resolution, but most likely it'll be all the way at the bottom. You need to scroll a little bit. It's not as obvious as the other tiles here. We'll pick dialog flow, And then the next one will be actually already configuring what that action will look like. So we need to select how it's being invoked. And again, I'll go back and I'll do step by step on the UI. But we're basically selecting here a name for our app and a voice. This is a dad joke app. I like to go in and change this to a male voice. By default, it is the traditional female version of the Google Assistant, the female voice. Just because of the nature of the app here, I change it to be male. And the display name here just kind of like a way to identify the app. And then this takes us into this next portion here, where we get the option to then actually build this. Once we click it, it'll take us to Dialogflow. So we'll click on build, and then next step is in Dialogflow. So here's I'll take a little pause here and switch into actually building this app. Like I said, I do have a few different versions here already. So I'll create a new one with a unique name. We are in the Southern Dev Talk, so I'll use that for DevFest instead. And let's do jokes as well. Everything else looks good. Just need to create the project. So here's where we select the custom the first time. And maybe now I can try to make this a little bit bigger. So custom is the way to go in here. Next. And then this is where we have the kind of hidden option for Dialogflow, right? So I just had to scroll down all the way at the bottom here, and I'll select this as the option. It'll take me to the right UI in a second here. Drum roll. I'll try again if it doesn't work. So let's see. Let me click again. There you go. And then the other steps that I've mentioned, quick setup, we'll go with this one here, decide how it's invoked. This is basically saying the app name. And Sankap, I see your comment there, create project, the window literally just freezes. I don't know if you're on Chrome or a different browser. I usually do this on Chrome. I don't know how it behaves on other browsers. That could be one variable. And like what just happened to me here, just had to click again on the link for Dialogflow. That could be another instance that you may have to try again, potentially, I'm not sure, without knowing more. I'll leave my contact towards the end, so we could potentially try to troubleshoot this offline. But what we're trying to do here right now is just get this built. Hopefully you guys will get to see this done through the session here. I don't think we have time to go back and try to troubleshoot if you're trying to follow along. Like I said, it is being recorded. It may be better to go little by little later on with the recording. So let's try this here, Southern DevFest jokes. And like I said, let's pick a male voice and save. Hopefully the resolution is a little better for you guys there now. I can more or less see on the side here. It looks kind of okay from what I can tell, but let me know if you need me to increase a little more. Our next step here is going to actions. And that's where we get then the option to get started or start building it. So going to get started, we do want a custom intent. If you remember, we already kind of connected this to Dialogflow. And we'll click on build, and this will take us to Dialogflow now. That was where I took my break from the slides. So just waiting a little bit here. This will get populated initially for us. The only thing you need to do here is click on create. If you start clicking on something else on the side here, you get the UI confused. So let's make sure that we click on create first. We get that set up for us. And then I'll switch back to the slides just because I want to explain to you now a little bit about Dialogflow. So in here, while Dialogflow itself is kind of doing some work for us, I'll walk you through why or what we do in Dialogflow and why we need Dialogflow, right? There are different ways that you can build this app for the assistant. In Dialogflow in specific, we do have, yes, not quite there yet. Sorry, guys, I do have quite a few of these throughout the presentation. So that is the idea, to be annoying. And that's what I do to my kids, and it's just payback to me right now. So on the interaction that we are designing here, we need to know basically how our app is going to work, right? So in this case here, we have a greetings, basically saying here, hello, I can tell lots of jokes, for example, right? And then it stays in this state here, basically waiting for us. And if I can turn on my laser pointer here, it stays in here waiting for some instruction from the user, right? So if I say, tell me a joke, you'll jump to this next state here and potentially stay here. If you want to hear or listen to multiple jokes, right, we can keep on saying, please tell me another one, and so on. Whenever you say goodbye, one of these two arrows here will take you to the exit point for the app. If we don't understand something, and it could also come from this other state, right? Just didn't want too many lines crossing everywhere here. But you can ask for the user to repeat as well. This is actually built in already, Dialogflow. We also have a welcome or a greetings type of state that's built in there that's kind of generated for us. Another thing that I wanted to call out here is this little kind of factory on the side here, our jokes factory, right? This is where we get the jokes from. Dialogflow doesn't know anything about jokes, or if this was a maybe a bank application, it doesn't know anything about your bank accounts, right? So we need to connect that to to another system, basically, to get the data that we want to play back. But we get the jokes at this state, and we can then read the jokes to the user. This is the kind of text-to-speech component of Dialogflow. But basically, this is roughly the app that we're doing. Very simple, basically one important state that we have here, and we kind of loop through the same state. So the few things, the way that Dialogflow is organized, right? So intents are the phrases that the user says, basically. I'm kind of doing some hand waving here, right? Just trying to oversimplify a little bit. But these are the states that we're building where we're expecting the user to say something. Greetings, we're basically playing the message. We're not necessarily waiting for anything. We're waiting for the user to ask for jokes in this other intent here, right? If I say, please tell me a joke, it's triggering this intent. So that's more or less how Dialogflow works. And then one other kind of keyword here that's important is the fulfillment. This is how are you going to fulfill the intent, or basically how are you going to achieve what the user is asking of the app, basically. So if we say, tell me a joke, it's going to trigger a fulfillment that needs to then go somewhere and get that joke for us, right? So we have a webhook in here. Let me just make this a little bit smaller so I get rid of I don't think it worked. Sorry, I was going to try to get rid of the pop-up there, but if I shorten my window, the pop-up is going to move as well. So I'll leave with that. There is actually a little script that you can run to get rid of that. We said in the beginning, I'm a trainer with Google, so we do these presentations all the time. One of my coworkers built this script that it can disable the little pop-up there if you're using slides on Google quite often. I did not do that one before the presentation, so I'll have to live with this little guy here. He'll be my friend for the rest of the session. So continuing here, and again, these are just kind of like my backup slides. We'll actually do all this back in Dialogflow. It should be ready for us now. I'll just walk you through a couple more steps, and then we'll switch back into actually building the application. I already have some of my intents here, right? So there's a default fallback already. This is the one that kind of asks the user, what was it? I didn't understand what you said, basically. Next one is our welcome. And then we'll be building the next three intents in here. Done is the goodbye state. Whenever the user say, see you later, goodbye, thank you, I'll see you tomorrow, or something like that, you trigger this intent. And then we have the joke and the joke follow-up, basically, right? So tell me another joke. Each of these intents, they have some phrases that you can use what the application says, and there's also some phrases that the intent is listening for. So in this case here, this is what the system is saying, right? So if the application doesn't understand what the user is saying, you pick one of these phrases here, you play back. So just so it doesn't get too kind of repetitive, we do have the option to enter different options here, and then at runtime, the application will pick randomly different options for us to play. And then the next one is our welcome, right? And actually, on the previous one and on this one here as well, this is the app that we're building. Actually, in general, for the assistant, you do want to take in consideration kind of like what is the personality that you want your app to have, right? So in this case here is a dad joke app, so you may want to have it a little, I don't want to say annoying, but like that's the idea, right? So it has to have kind of like that dad type of feeling to the phrases that you say and the way that it presents the, I guess, the options to the user. So in this case here, it could be things like good day, mate, or things that a typical dad would say, right? Probably not the best ones here, but same as the one before. If I go back one slide here, right? Kind of like these are the default ones. You can customize this to give that kind of personality to the application. So welcome again, we're just playing a few phrases back to the user, and then we'll go into the states that we need to actually build, right? The joke ones and the goodbye ones that we actually need to build. Those two previous ones were the default states. They're already there. But then the done is the one that will say, whenever we say goodbye to the application, right? So you'll be able to say goodbye, see you later, or anything like that. And then you see response, or you can enter response like see you later, alligator. Again, that joke app, right? So we'll try to do something along the lines with kind of like the personality that we want the application to have. And then our main state here for the app, there's this little cool thing here called training phrases. Behind the scenes, we are running AI and machine learning, and the application will be basing off your training phrases that you enter here, as well as other phrases that the users will be saying to actually train the model. And if I say something like, for example, one of our welcome prompts was something along the lines of, I can tell good jokes, for example. So you can expect something like, tell me a good one, or tell me one. And this will be kind of like the input from the user, right? Something like make me laugh, or anything that could trigger the application to go in, get a joke, and then tell the joke to the user, right? That's the main intention of this state here. And we have this cool thing here about training phrases, because you don't need to think about all the options that the user can say. You enter a field along the lines of what you're expecting, and then the machine learning model behind the scenes will get trained for the application to be able to work, even if the user says something that you didn't enter in your list here, right? So enter a couple options that you think will train the model in the direction that you want it to go, and you cover, let's say, 80% of the scenarios. The other ones, they will still fall back on the unknown, or the I didn't understand what you said. This one specific here, we do need to turn on this little webhook for the fulfillment, right? We do want to connect this to our, what I'm calling the joke factory. That's our jokes API. So that's where we'll be configuring the API for our application. And then the follow-up state, we can create this on this little thing. I'll show on the UI again. There's a little pop-up when you hover your mouse over your intent. It gives you this add follow-up intent, and that's how we'll be creating the joke another, or the joke follow-up state in our application. and you have this little context kind of set up for us, or we can actually place this in the configuration there as well. This basically tells the application that we want to stay in this state here, right? So if my output context is a joke follow-up, and then I set up also my input context as a joke follow-up, I stay in this state here. Basically, as long as the user is asking for more jokes, I'll be getting a joke, reading a joke, and so on. And this one also will have the webhook configured, right? So it's very similar to the previous one. It's just that we need to have some different phrases in this case, because we already heard one joke, and now we're expecting things more like along the lines of tell me one more, or keep going, tell me another one, please, right? Different phrases that we need to now train the model for the application. But it's pretty much the same state. Like I said, we need the webhook because we'll be getting new jokes. Every time the user says, tell me a joke, we need to go invoke that API, get a new random joke from the API, and then we can play that back to the user. Basically, it takes a URL. We just enter the URL for the webhook there. So here's where I'll take a pause again, right? This is how we're going to test the application then. We can do all this live again. So let me switch gears again. I know I'm going super fast, but I just want to cover the steps. And now let me go back into Dialogflow, and we actually implement probably a simplified version of what we just saw there. Same states, just not as many training phrases. But as you can see here, we have fallback, we have default already. So let's start with the fallback just to take a look. And you see the phrases that are already kind of, not the phrase, sorry, the responses, they're already populated in here, right? For now, just to kind of save some time, I'll keep this as is. Like I was saying before, ideally, you want to potentially change this here to be more in line with the, let's say, the personality of the application. Back to my intents list, the other one that we have is the welcome. And in this one here, I'll actually change because one, we don't want to be in here, so I don't have any training phrases. I don't want to do any of this. And I do want to have my response saying, go into responses. I don't want any of this. So I can delete all of them at once, and then I'll add my on, right? So let's see, text response, and you'll be something like, hello there. I can tell jokes, right? Something basic. Oops, not jokes. And that's it for now. So we'll leave this as is. Basically, when we start the app, we'll hear that message, and that's good enough for now. We do want, though, to add the other 3 intents that we were talking about. So let's go and create intent. I'll create the goodbye one first. Training phrases, we do want to select some training phrases. So see you later, for example. That's a training phrase. And what we want to do here, and so we can do this. See you later, alligator. We do want to check this here, though, right? This is our end state of the our application. Whenever we're getting here, we do want to make sure that this switch here is flipped, marking the end of the conversation. And save. So we do have 2 more before we can run this app here, and I'm running a little behind schedule here already. So let's see if we can complete the app in the allocated time. Back into the list. Oops. Save, cancel, and we do want to save. Oh, good. So intent. So we have these three. We need our joke one now. And I'll just call this joke. And training phrases, for example, tell me a joke. If you're feeling polite, please tell me a joke, or tell me a joke, please. So you guys get the idea. Basically, what is it that the system is expecting at this state here? And now the response cannot be a text response. If you recall from the slides, we do want to go into the fulfillment because we want to play back the joke that we'll be getting from the API. So just need to make sure we flip this little switch here for the enable webhook. And that should be it for now. So let's save this one. And I'll go back into the list to create the joke follow-up now, which is just for us to keep on getting more jokes. If you wanted to do just one joke, this will be all you have to do. And then basically you'll play one joke and kind of get out of the app more or less. Unless, well, if we mark the joke as the end state as well. This is kind of like the hover portion that I was saying, right? We put the mouse over, we get the follow-up option. So let's build a follow-up. I'll just call it custom. And it takes us inside here now. Well, we created a new one. Let's go inside. And then you see those contexts that I was showing before. It has a joke follow-up as the input. And I want to add here the joke follow-up on the output as well, just so we kind of stay on this little loop. So that's it. Training phrases, this is the second and joke that we'll be hearing. So tell me another one. Right, so something along these lines. And we also want this to be with the webhook. So enable webhook and save. Almost there, because we do need now to connect this to our jokes. So if we go into fulfillment, this is where we configure our application, right? And this could be something super fancy. We're just taking one joke and playing back. That's our ultimate goal. This is where you can actually build your code. But my promise to you guys was that you don't need to write any code. So keeping with that promise, we do need to get, let's say, this here for the API. What is the URL that we want to call for our jokes? And we will enable this up here and enter the URL, right? So we have that done, and then just save. All right. And if you remember from our slide, the next step now will be to test it. And one other thing before we can test it, we need to connect this to the assistant, right? So we go into integrations, and then Google Assistant is already there. Just go into integration settings, and we'll go into test. And hopefully you can hear the audio from my computer here, so you can see what may be happening. I'll just increase the volume slightly, just in case. And this should be ready for us to actually test and talk to the assistant in a little bit here. Just a few seconds more, and we'll be able to test the application. Drum roll, it's coming up. All right, so to test, we just need to click on this guy here. We'll get the app for us.
Okay, let's get the test version of Southern DevFest jokes.
Hello there, I can tell jokes.
So that's what we just built. Hopefully you guys can hear okay the audio coming from the computer here. So if I enter in here, for example, tell me a joke. What do you guys think is going to work? Too easy?
Sorry, Southern DevFest Jokes isn't responding right now. Please try again soon.
So what happened there, guys? We were here, right? Jokes on us. It's not working. What happened? I'm a bad actor, so no jokes yet, right? We need to understand what happened, and there's some clues that we can get from the app here on what could have happened, right? If at first you don't succeed, don't try skydiving, but we have another chance, right? So we're not doomed yet. We can see what happened. Basically, we have specific joke coming back from our factory here, and the dialog flow doesn't know what we're telling it, right? They're basically clashing. If we were to look into what is the format that we have here for the joke, we have this one easy here, right? That is either JSON or a plain text here, depending on what we configure. But also, this joke here is expecting, if you're familiar with REST APIs, I typically don't go into too many details here, but this API is expecting a GET, right? So for REST APIs, we do leverage the verbs in HTTP. In this case, it does have to be a GET for the API to actually work. And if we go back in Dialogflow, let me get out of this one here, where we configure the fulfillment there. I intentionally didn't point this out here, but it tells us here it's a post request that goes into the application, right? So that's why we have kind of like this conflict going on right now, that we're sending something from our API, Dialogflow doesn't know what that is, doesn't know what to do with that, so we're stuck. We cannot get this going. In more details, this is what the joke is expecting, the API is expecting, and this is what kind of the Dialogflow is expecting, right? So we're doing a post to whatever URL we configure there. Dialogflow is actually passing on lots of cool information that we can use in our application. In our case, we don't need any of that. It's always the same intent. We always just want to play the joke, but basically this post doesn't jive with GET, and my response here doesn't jive with the format that Dialogflow is expecting. Now this is where my secret weapon comes in, right? So Apigee can actually make those transformations. There's a lot of good information about Apigee out there. I'm not going to go into details. It is a full-blown API management platform. We'll be using a very small fraction of its capabilities to fix the problem that we have here right now. So if I go into apigee.com, you can do the same when you're building this. If you want to, you can create a new account, try it out for free. Let's see if my account here is still active. If not, I'll probably just create a new one and we can use that one. Because I had another one that was about to expire. I was getting a pop-up here saying like this account is about to get deleted. So all good. I am in Apigee now. What I need to do here is actually, if I switch back to my slides, so basically two things we need to change, right? There was a verb, the post to get. My API is expecting a get. That is the first thing we need to change on the request side. And then on the response side, I need to take that plain text joke and place it in the format that Dialogflow is expecting. So two things only that we need to change, and then hopefully this will actually work. In Apigee, it will be basically two policies, one to change on the request side, one to change on the response side. I'll actually just walk through here just to show you the two steps, and then I'll switch back into Apigee now. The other step that we need is for whatever we create on Apigee, we need to get the entry point for new API, right? We're basically creating an API on Apigee, and that API will then do the transformation for us. So let's go into a new API proxy. What's going on here? Maybe my org did go away. So let me switch here. And let's create a new one. And that is a what's considered a reverse proxy. Again, sorry for not getting into too many details here. Let's go joke. /joke is good. And then here is where we place the URL for the joke API that we need to get to, right? So we're building a proxy. We'll get the request from Dialogflow. We'll pass that on. And on the response side, same thing. I'll do just the secure option there. Create. And let's do just test for now. So this here is actually already a live API. If you wanted to invoke it, it's actually getting the jokes for us. So let me just quickly show to you guys here. That's the URL. Not quite there yet. So let's see. Let's see if this is going to work. Interesting. So if this doesn't work, I have my backup option. Don't fear. And let's see why it's not letting us do it. Oh, now it's working. Okay. Let's go back. That's what I get for trying too fast. Oh, I see. Because when I try from the browser, it's sending in a different header. But this is working okay. So we send this one, and we got a response here. We can see it's just going to the, it's getting HTML back. So we need to set that header. So let's do this the right way and get back into develop, and we'll get this going here for you guys to see this working. So first thing we need to change is the, we'll be using this assign message policy here. So let's call this set request. We don't need any of the kind of pre-configure. We'll leave one block here, which is the set block. And that is the only one that we need. And we'll set verb, right? We do need this guy here. We want to set our verb to get, to make sure that whatever we get from Dialogflow, it is get. And we'll specify the header to be we want this guy here, header name equal accept. This will be explain. Basically telling the API that the response must be in plain text back to us. This header, this is plural. So this is good. One more step though, we do need to change the response as well. And that will go in, I'll just do it here for now. It will be the same type of policy, assign message. Set response. In this case, I'll actually go back to my slide here because I do have the response that I need already in the deck. So let me do a little cheating here. This is the format that I want. And actually, as you can see here, you can just open the documentation for Dialogflow. Will give me the same kind of format here for the response itself. So response body, simple response. And what I'm using is actually the oversimplified, the minimum response that you can send back. There was one more link that I had in here. This guy here is probably a better one. That's the format that I want to send back. And if I pick here, I think it's the simple text or something like that, simple response. So this is what I'm actually using for the response. I'm replacing this text to speech and the display text. Those are the two variables that I need to set. So let's copy from here. There's one more magic that we do need to do in this policy here. Again, let's get rid of everything that we don't need. And this portion here we don't need. We don't need headers. We do need basically payload. That's what we're changing. And we can set the header here, content type equal JSON. And this guy. There's some Apigee magic that's about to happen here. And that is the variable where the response comes in. It's called response.content. That's where we have our joke coming in. And I do need to make one more thing just because this beat me before. Sometimes the joke comes back with quote marks in it. So we need to encode that so we don't break our JSON format here. And this is our response. And what I'll do here, I don't think we have the time for this, but let's go back into docs.apg. This is documentation for Apigee. We do have a reference session in here for all the policies. And in there, so if I go reference policies, there is a encode JSON function that I want to call that is in the assign message policy. And that will be, I'll probably just search for it. It's coming up. See. 1 second, maybe under templates. I should have had my notes ready for this one here. Close this, and this is, I believe it's called JSON encode. JSON encode. That doesn't look right though.
Hey, Ricardo, I wanted to just join in and say we're at about 5 minutes until the next session is supposed to start. So.
Okay, so let me get this going here. The way that it is without encoding, just so we can see this working before the final bell here. Just know that it may not work if we do get some quote marks in here. Just 1 second. We do need to go back and change our URL to the new URL in here. And I'll get, just for full transparency, I'll get a trace running here. And we do need to save this. Save. And just go back and retest it.
Okay, let's get the test version of Southern DevFest jokes.
Hello there, I can tell jokes.
Sorry, Southern DevFest jokes isn't responding right now.
Working.
Please try again soon.
We did get the request in here. Oh, interesting. It still came as a post. So verbs get, just 1 second. I do want to get this working for you guys, unless we completely run out of time. And text play. So maybe what I'll do is maybe point this to my previous instance here. So just pointing to a different API that I had built before. Oh my HTTPS. Last attempt. And
Okay, let's get the test version of Southern DevFest jokes.
Hello there, I can tell jokes.
It looks like you've been logged out of Southern DevFest jokes. To
Okay,
log
sorry
back in,
guys.
you'll need to ask to talk to them again.
All right, just because of the time, I will not try to troubleshoot this further. This should be when I get this to work and I have my minions clapping for me here. I'll just continue with the deck here. So you guys get an idea of what would have happened. So basically, we're making those two changes. And then when we rerun the application, we're actually transforming the request and response. And this is what we're expecting, right? So basically, we get a joke back, we read the joke back to the user, and everything works magically. So the demo gods were not fully in agreement with me today, and just because we're short on time, so no jokes for me right now here. Typically, that would be the next phase. Not today. One last bad jokes for you guys. And I'll leave you with my contact. Feel free to reach out, get in touch, stay in touch. If you go back into the video and you try to build it, if you have questions, feel free to reach out. I am on the East Coast, based in Florida. If you have any questions, I should be around for questions for you guys.
That's great, Ricardo. I know a couple people have been asking about if you could share these slides.
Definitely, yes.
Okay. What's the best way for them to find you? Is it Twitter like that?
Either way works, Twitter, LinkedIn. Those two channels are more related to work. Usually I'll be talking about training and different sessions coming up. And but if you want to send me an email directly, that's all good as well.
Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know we're about out of time and we're going to have to go to our next speaker, but thanks again, Ricardo, for joining us. That was really great.
All right. Thank you, guys.
And that kind of takes us to our final session of track 2. As a reminder, we're going to have a wrap up, and I have already gotten word that there will be prizes given away there. They will be related to our feedback form. So we're going to have a feedback form where you can leave feedback on all the sessions. So make sure to join the main session after this track finishes in just about an hour from now. But we're going to jump right in to Cryptography 101. I'll make a quick shout out to the other tracks. Track 1 will be doing why you should build your own components. And track 3 is how to land your first dev job or the dream job you have always had. So I think that those are both going to be great talks as well. But Cryptography 101 is going to be our topic for today, given by Robert Bodigheimer, I'm guessing.
Yes, very good.
Okay, cool. Robert works for Schwann's Home Delivery, providing business solutions with web technologies. He is a Microsoft MVP, a Progress Developer Expert, an ASP Insider, a Pluralsight author, and a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Robert regularly speaks at national and international events, and if you don't believe him, he could beat you up. So, so I'm not going to challenge.
Though, right?
It's a lot harder, but you know, with all that technology expertise combined with your Taekwondo knowledge, I'm convinced you could probably punch me through the internet. So I would not challenge you in any way. So it's great to have you here, Robert. And I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. So we're going to talk about Cryptography 101. And we already kind of went through a bio. I've got my Twitter, my email, and my blog information there. I do have the code examples, and the slides will all be available. So I have a link at the very end if you're interested in that. I will mention, so all of the stuff we're going to see today applies across all the different languages, frameworks, deployment environments. Cryptography has come a really long way and is available everywhere. I happen to be a Microsoft MVP. I do C#. I work full-time on an e-commerce website where I do a lot of cryptography work, a lot of security work. So I'm going to show examples with .NET Core. .NET Core obviously runs on Windows, Linux, and Mac. I'll be doing it with C#. We're going to focus again more on the conceptual. I'll show you some pieces of code. And like I said, you'll have access to .NET Core code and also .NET Full Framework code. So let's get into cryptography. So it's the science of keeping messages secure. And I want to talk about why do you want cryptography? So it's important to understand, I think, a lot of people come into cryptography and they're looking at classes and algorithms, and sometimes they're misapplying techniques because they're not sure which technique maps up with what they actually want. Most people who talk about cryptography immediately think about confidentiality, and that's probably the most popular. It's where we want to protect our data from being read. So I want to transmit something over the internet, and I don't want people to be able to see or read it. That's confidentiality. We also care about integrity. I want to verify that when I send the data, people can tell it hasn't been modified. I use it for authentication. So I'm going to talk about how it's used for hash passwords and such. So it's to identify and validate a user. And then lastly, we'll talk about non-repudiation, which just means a sender who sent a message cannot deny it later. So we'll look at digital signatures and how those work. There's a lot of considerations that go in when you're using cryptography. Again, think about what your goal is. How much is your data worth? How long does it need to be secured? That might play into what kind of algorithms you want to use. It's very important to think about your primary threats. So I work on an e-commerce site. So I've got a website that's sitting on the internet. I've got firewalls. I've got web application firewalls, but there's always a potential there could be a zero-day exploit and suddenly someone could take over my web server. So my stance from a security standpoint is I assume someone could completely own my front-end web servers. So I need to think about that, and that plays into some of the threats that I'm concerned about. Obviously, on the internet, I care about in transit. So you should be using HTTPS everywhere. I've got a whole talk on that if you're interested about why even static websites, why you need it. I need to worry if people can access my config files where I might store things. They might be able to do a dump of memory. So they could actually take my web server process, write it out to disk, and anything that happened to be in memory at that time, password credentials, credit cards, any of that stuff could potentially be exposed. I believe people could modify my pages. So if I have code and I believe that someone could change my code, they could point to different places, read things from disk, etc. They could reverse engineer my assemblies. So I said I'm a .NET developer, so my C# becomes intermediate language in DLLs. There are tools that let people take those assemblies and reverse engineer them. So that's a threat. I need to worry about my company security policies. I need to worry about regulatory compliance. So in my space, I have to worry about PCI for credit cards. You need to think about layered defenses. How many are enough, right? And there's always trade-offs, risks, rewards, what the business needs. Obviously, the safest computer would be shut off and in a lead box in the corner. right? But we can't do that. We have to have some trade-off. So what I want to do is have some layered defenses in place. So if they get through one layer, I've got more protection behind that. And if you don't take anything else from this talk, don't try to write your own cryptography. So a lot of people have tried and failed spectacularly. And there's a lot of even experienced cryptographers that write algorithms that when other people review them, they're just not as secure as they think. So go with trusted libraries that have been vetted, that a lot of people use. Don't try to write your own. So we'll jump right into some of the primitives in cryptography. So the first big area are hash functions. A hash function is a one-way function, which just means it's very easy to compute, but it's very hard, hopefully impossible to reverse. So if you look on the left, I've got a string here. When I compute the hash of it, it's going to give me back a fixed size value. So regardless of how big this input would be, the hash algorithm I choose ends up dictating how large my hash is. And if I were to change a single character on the left-hand side, I'll get a vastly different hash. So they often call this a data fingerprint. I'm going to use it for integrity and for authentication. Within .NET and everywhere, these are various hash algorithms that are available to you. So MD5 has been out for a very long time. It's not considered secure. It hasn't been for a while, so you should not be using it at this point. So that's why I put a strike through for it. If you see it, I wanted you to be aware that it's still built into frameworks because of the necessity to work potentially with old systems for compatibility. Otherwise, we don't want to be using MD5 anymore. The same can be said about SHA-1. So SHA-1 was a very popular hash algorithm for a very long time. That's also not considered secure. I'm going to focus today on SHA-2. So the family of SHA-2 algorithms, they have various bit sizes. So SHA-256 is 256 bits, etc. They also have keyed hash algorithms, and I'll show you where that's important. So not only do I take the input and compute a hash, I might also want to add a key into that for some of the layered defenses I was talking about. So let's take a look at what hashing looks like. So I've got a very simple ASP.NET Razor Pages website. And again, this is C#. Here's a string. So I just have some plain text here that I want to compute a hash of. I'm going to use the SHA-512 class. So I'm just going to create an instance of that class. And then here, this might be a .NET specific thing. Some libraries do this, some don't. It kind of depends on the typing of the language that you're in. But I always use strings. So I'm using a lot of strings in my website. In .NET, the cryptography libraries all work on byte arrays. So I need to specifically convert from my string into a byte array. There's lots of different encodings. So I'm going to focus on UTF-8. In my case, for the examples I'm going to show you, it doesn't really matter what I pick because when I'm using hashing here, I'm using it for myself. If you are working with a partner where you need to transmit data, you're just going to have to make sure that you're doing the same kind of encoding or things are not going to work out. So again, with this line now, I've taken the string, I've converted it into a byte array, computed the hash, and got back another byte array that has the hash contents in it. I then want to display that. So again, it's binary and it's a byte array. I can't just show that on a web page. So I need to do some conversion. So one of the popular formats would be hex. So I can use this bit converter class. What it will do is it will break up my byte array into individual bytes and show me the hex for that hash. And I just chose to take the dashes out. So we'll see what this looks like on the screen. So here I ran, that's the string I had, and it hashes to this value. Again, if I had a lot larger string, it won't matter. It's always going to be this fixed size because I picked SHA-512. So that's very simple hashing. We'll see some of the uses for this here in a moment. So one of them, I'm sure you've been to websites that you look at the URL and it might have customer equals 123, for instance. And it's possible people see those. I could easily go up and say, I know those customer numbers are probably sequential. I'm just going to change it to 124, and I want to see if I can see another customer's data. That'd be a huge problem. I've been to sites that do that. We need to ensure that that's not something some someone could do on our site. So the goal with this tamper-proof query strings is I wanted to create some code that would ensure that people are not tampering with the query string values. So this is an integrity. So when we talked about goals up front, I want to make sure it hasn't been modified. To do that, I'm going to use an HMAC, hash-based message authentication code. So the idea is I'm going to compute a hash of the query string when I construct it, and then I'm going to append that onto my URL. Then when someone clicks it and comes back to the server, I can ensure that that has not been tampered with. So let's take a look at what that would look like. We'll look at the example here first. So I have a hyperlink here. If I were to click it, up here I've got the values that I want to transmit. So I have A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3. That could easily be customer numbers, employee numbers, whatever my values are that I want to pass to the page to use as parameters. So it's important to think, in this case, I don't care about the confidentiality. I don't care if you see what these numbers are. I just don't want you to be able to come up here and change that to a 2. If you hit enter, what's going to happen is the tamper proofing is going to kick in. I'm going to warn you, I've got to do some of this, do demos for you, right? I would never have this in production. I'm never going to let you see the exceptions and the error codes that happen on my server, because that's just going to give the hacker clues on how to attack me. But in this case, you can see the query string hash values don't match. So if you look up here, you can see what is a long hex string. I want to think like an attacker would. We talked about threat modeling. If I were an attacker, I would see this and I could figure out the size of that. I could guess you're using hashing. There aren't that many hash algorithms. I could actually go and pre-compute the value of the hash for what I want to send you. So I gave you an example of that in the code. So if I look at the setup tamper proofing, here's the stuff I want to put on the URL. I'm going to compute a hash of it. What we'll see different about this particular implementation is I'm passing in that I want to use a key. So again, for a demo, I've got my secret key here. We'll talk briefly about key storage later. Key storage is not fun. It's probably, in my opinion, the worst part of cryptography. For demo purposes, to give you the code, I've generated that. I've placed it in here. The important thing is if I didn't do this key, like I said, an attacker, if you look at the example I have in here, an attacker could easily create their own page. They can compute a hash just like I could. So they could compute a hash. They could come back up here, put the value to, replace it with the hash they want, and they would have defeated everything I tried to accomplish. By using the key we talked about, I've now put in one more layer of defense. So now if I look at this again, we'll see, because this key is here, I've made it that much harder, right? An attacker, so normal people don't know what a hash is and don't know how to break this. Some developers might look at it and say, well, I see a hash and try to attack it. Now they have to actually be able to take over my web server and gain access to my key. Can some people still do that? Certainly they can. I've just made it that much harder, which is my goal, right? We want layered defenses, make it as hard as we can. Where else has hashing been used? It's been traditionally used for hash passwords. So I did research in college on Unix for password cracking, and back then about 60 to 80% of all passwords were dictionary words. And so when they created Unix, they decided we want to store passwords, but we don't want to use encryption because we don't want to store a key. So they looked at hashing and said, this is great. It's a one-way function. I'll take your password, I'll hash it, I'll put that in the password file, and no one will be able to reverse it. So they said, this is great. What they didn't count on is they decided that they would make that password file be visible. So on Unix, anyone can look at the password file. So in it, it had a user ID and a hash password. So they got a little overconfident. What attackers did is they said, I know I can't reverse a hash, but I could take an online dictionary and I could pre-compute the hash of every word in the dictionary. Then I just need to compare, like I tried password, I'll get a hash. I'll use that hash, compare, and find all the people who use password in the file. So they were able to break a good percentage of the accounts, even though they couldn't circumvent the hashing. So if you think about the arms race between the good team and the bad team, the good team decided they needed to do something else. So not only did they need to do hashing, they actually needed to use what they call salt. So they decided, we're going to pre-compute some random data that's unique to each user, and then we'll compute the hash of their password along with their salt. We'll store that in the password file, and we'll also put the salt in the password file. So what that did is, now as an attacker, when I look at the password file, I can't just pre-compute an entire dictionary against all the possible passwords. I need to pre-compute the dictionary along with your specific salt. So it made it a lot more difficult for attackers to go against the entire password file. But if you think about it, it really didn't make it any harder to go after an individual user. So now, if I were attacking that system, I would look for admin or administrator, something that sounds like a super user. I would take their salt. Then I would go pre-compute everything with an online dictionary of all the things it might be. And by the way, hackers love your social media. Today, I would take your Twitter, Facebook, anything you put out about yourself, your spouse's name, kids' names, dog's name, favorite kind of car, whatever it is. If I'm attacking you, I'm going to take all that stuff and pre-compute hash values of that to see if I can get into your account. So I'll look at, I've given examples of this in code of how this would be done. So if we look at hash passwords here, it's one thing, I've got to create unique salt for each user. So it's important to mention that computers aren't very random, right? They follow instructions, they're deterministic. So a lot of libraries have random functions that really aren't that random. Whatever you're trying to use for a random number generator, you need to make sure it's what's called a cryptographically strong random number generator. So in .NET, this happens to be what it is. Even that's not perfect. So if you're familiar with Cloudflare, out in California, they actually have a wall of lava lamps. So part of their randomization is they reach out in the physical world, take a picture of the current flows in all of their lava lamps, and then actually use that as a source for random data because they needed something that was outside of the computer system itself. So salt helped a little bit. I gave another example, what people did after salt. They also made it a little bit more harder by actually adding in a random key. So not only do I have your password, I have your unique salt, I could also generate some random data I used for everyone. And again, this is just layered defenses. Now, if someone had your salt, guessed what your password was, they still need to break into my server and get access to this. And again, real world, I'm not going to put it right here in a string. That's for the demo. I would tuck that somewhere more secure depending on my environment where I'm going to deploy that. So that is salted passwords. What do people really do today? Well, today the problem is computers are so fast that brute force attacking by getting all of these hash values ahead of time is just too easy. So in the non.NET world, you're probably familiar with bcrypt. In .NET, it's PBKDF2, password-based key derivation function. The idea with these are hash functions, but they add a work factor into the calculation. So in other words, they intentionally make the hash function take a long time to compute. And why would they do that? Because if I did that, it's going to make it hard for you as an attacker to pre-compute a bunch of values that might be my password. So if I were to look at that code, I'm a Led Zeppelin fan, so that's not my password anywhere, so don't worry. I've got some salt. This is the magic of these functions. I want to pick an iteration count that intentionally makes my hashing slow enough. But I have to do a trade-off. I want to make it slow for the hacker, but I need to run the same iteration count with people who try to sign into my website. So I could choose half a second. Whatever value I pick, I'm penalizing people that want to log into my site legitimately, intentionally, because I want to make it very difficult for someone to mount an attack. It's going to be really slow if it's half a second per hash. It's going to take a while for them to get a whole dictionary to try to attack me. So be aware, this is the most common technique today, is to use those work factor hash functions. A little bit of terminology. Plain text is our original data. Encryption is the process of obscuring that data. Once it's obscured, it's called ciphertext. Decryption is the process that takes the ciphertext back to original data, and then the cipher is the algorithm I'm going to use for encryption and decryption. So now we're going to get into what most people think about cryptography, which is I want to use it for confidentiality. I want people to not be able to see what I'm encrypting. There's two major types of encryption algorithms. So the first we'll look at is called symmetric. This is what most people are familiar with. So I've got my plain text. I'm going to do some encryption using a secret key. Once it's encrypted, I have ciphertext. When I want to decrypt, I need to use the same secret key, and I can get back the original plain text. So we'll look at, there's a lot of algorithms. DES is considered non-secure. Triple DES is either not secure or very close. I'm going to focus on AES, which is used by a lot of companies and US government sanctioned at this point. So again, this is symmetric, and primarily the difficulty with this is the secret key. Right? If I looked into the chat window and I picked one of you and said, let's send each other a secret, we have a bit of a problem, right? I have something I want to send you securely, but I need to get you a secret key securely, right? So that becomes kind of a mess. So these are fast and they work well, but the key distribution will be a problem. So we'll talk about that in a bit. In .NET and a lot of other languages, symmetric algorithms are based on block ciphers. And all that means is they're going to take your input message. You're going to pick a block size, maybe 128 or 256 bits. It's going to take your message, your plain text, and it's going to split it up into blocks, and it's going to do the encryption on one block at a time. So if you think about it, as you split up my plain text, eventually it's not going to fit perfectly in that last block. So we have to decide how to pad it. I'm going to tell you the best modes to use here, and I'll show you why. This says pad it with random data at the end. There's also a couple different modes. There's a lot of modes. There's some newer ones as well, authenticated symmetric algorithms. We're going to focus on these two. Don't use ECB. We'll talk about CBC. So what CBC does is it takes the first block of your plain text, it encrypts it, then it uses the result of that as inputs. It uses that as some randomization when it encrypts the next block. So it keeps doing that all the way down the chain, because the more randomness you can put into your cryptography, the less people will be able to see patterns and be able to attack it. So if you think about how CBC works, it's using the output of the previous block as input into this block. Well, where does it get the random data for the first block? It gets that from what's called an initialization vector. So the initialization vector is, again, just some random data that is used to seed the first block that it tries to encrypt. Now, curiously, it does not need to be secret. So it's just the way these algorithms work. I will do the symmetric encryption. I'll get ciphertext. I need to use an initialization vector that's unique every time I do an encryption. And then I pass the ciphertext and the initialization vector to someone else, and they can do the decryption. So again, this one does not have to be secret, but never reuse it. It's meant to be random. If you reuse initialization vectors, you're just going to end up having patterns in the results that people can attack you with. So let's look at symmetric quickly. So I've got a page. I'll show you what the page looks like. That just does some simple cryptography, some encryption. Let's just do what? Saturday, if I can type. I'll encrypt that. So here's my ciphertext, and this is my random initialization vector that was created. And then when I decrypt, so I send these two pieces, and then they can do the decryption. So if we look at what that code looks like, we'll just focus on the encryption. I'm going to use AES. So I need to create a cipher class. So up here, I just create a cipher. I do the random padding. Here again, I've got a symmetric key. If you look in here, it's just created using the random number generator again. So I put this, again, don't do this in your string, but for the demo, I'm going to use that for my key. So what I need to do then is just, again, create that, convert it from a string into a byte array, and do the actual encryption. And then in this case, I decided just to show you another way that you could encode your data, which is called base 64. So you can tell that that's base 64 encoded when it ends in a single or double equals. So that's encryption with symmetric. So the important part is, if you look at this is why I say don't try to write your own. That's not a lot of code. In the languages and modern frameworks today, it's not hard, especially within your company. You could write a method that says, pass me the string. It would securely get its key out of storage, and it could do this. That's not a lot of code. Use stuff that's trusted. Don't try to write your own. So I'll talk about why you don't want to do these other two modes I talked about. Let me shut down my web server here quick. I'm going to rebuild that. I'm going to start that up again. So again, what I'm doing is I'm switching to a less secure mode, the ECB, and I'm making the padding just be zeros, and let's see what happens. So I'll encrypt again. You'll see, well, that's what's curious. Every time I'm encrypting, the ciphertext stays the same. That's why that's bad, right? If I keep sending the same data and every time I do, it looks the same, that's going to be a problem. People can figure stuff out over time when that happens. That's why you want to use the other mode that we talked about, the CBC, because it will use the randomization and the initialization vector. So next is asymmetric algorithms. So we looked at symmetric, that's where it had a single key. Asymmetric, the idea is each person who's going to exchange data will create two keys, a public and a private. So I'll generate myself a public and a private key. Obviously, I'm going to keep the private key hidden. I don't want anybody to see that. Public key, I can put it in my email signatures, LinkedIn, Twitter, wherever I have profiles. I could say, here's my public key if you need to send me something. So how the encryption works, you take your plain text, whoever you're sending to, you'll take their public key, do the encryption, and you'll have ciphertext. Now, right at this moment, I can't even decrypt it myself as the sender because I use their public key. The only thing that will decrypt that is that person's private key. So they'll use their private key, do decryption, and get back to the original plain text. So this takes care of the key distribution problem in a way, right? I still have to get your public key in a way that I trust it's actually yours. If I pull it off your Twitter profile and it uses HTTPS, it's pretty likely that's really your public key, right? If somebody just emailed and said, hey, I'm Roger and here's my public key, I would consider that kind of dicey and not trust that, right? But if I'm careful about where I get their key, I get rid of the key distribution problem. So that's great. The problem is that these algorithms are about 1,000 times slower than symmetric algorithms, and they're only meant for small pieces of data. So we'll look at how this fits in the big puzzle. I'm going to focus on RSA. That's a very popular algorithm. So let's look at how we can do that. We'll do our demo here. We'll just do test so it's easier to type. So here is my ciphertext. I do a decrypt and I get back to where I was. So if we look at what the code looks like, so in this case, I also gave you, there's ways to generate RSA key pairs. So I generated a key pair. In this case, I had someone give me their public key. I can then call my encrypt method. I'm going to create a cipher, which up here just says use RSA. Read in the person's public key. So, normally that would be a parameter that I would send here. But then I just convert from a string to a byte array. I do the encryption and I base 64. So again, very strong cryptography. It's easy as long as I have the right public key. It's very solid and not a lot of code, which is again why you want to use built-in stuff. So like I said, that's great, works well. Gets away from the key distribution problem. So where could I use this? For me, on a public web server, if I have to take data, let's say I take a credit card. If I need to take that online, and now I know I need to encrypt it, right? I'm trying to get confidentiality. So I want to encrypt it, but if I look at my two options, excuse me, symmetric and asymmetric. If I were to use symmetric, I need to have a place where I can store a secret key. on a web server that I told you I feel could be compromised. So instead, I'm going to use asymmetric. So in the asymmetric world, I'm going to create a public-private key pair. I put my public key on my front-end web server. So as soon as I get your credit card number, I can encrypt it with the public key. As soon as I do that, my private key is inside my firewall on some really secure system. That way, as soon as I encrypt it, nobody else who got access to it would be able to decrypt it without my private key. So the nice thing is now I've taken the exposure of my key on a web server I feel people could own, and that's not a problem for me anymore. And again, it's meant for a small amount of data. So if we look at how this might work, you'd come out to my website, type in a credit card number, hit encrypt. Now I took a public key, I encrypted that, so now I could store that wherever I want. I could pass it around wherever I want. Eventually, I need it to get to my internal system behind my firewall that needs to talk to my credit card processor. It has the private key, so it can do the decryption as you would expect. So again, that's a good practical use of public-private key. A lot of credit card processors today actually will generate a key pair for each partner company. They will give you the public key to use. So when you encrypt on your website using their public key for your particular relationship, they're the only one who can decrypt it. So you've substantially reduced your own risk because within your own company systems, none of your systems can even decrypt this. The only person who can decrypt is the credit card processor that has their private key that corresponds to your specific public key. So what's another practical use of everything we've talked about so far? It's digital signatures. This is where I want to have integrity. I want to make sure that if I did like an online contract with you, that when you received it, you knew it had not been tampered with when it got sent over the internet. And then also you want non-repudiation, which just means that you can prove that I was the one who signed it. So the whole point of a signature is in the real world, you can look at it and say, yeah, that's definitely Robert's signature. I want the same thing in the digital world. I want proof that Robert's the one who signed the contract. For my example here, I'm also going to add confidentiality. That's not normally something you have to do with digital signatures, but I'm making up an example here where, again, if I pulled someone out of the chat list and I had their public key and I said, I need to send you a contract that you trust is from me, and they had my public key, I would do the following process. I would take the plain text contract. I'm going to do the same encryption I did before with asymmetric. So I would take the receiver's public key and do the encryption. Now I have ciphertext. If I compute a hash of that ciphertext, now I have a hash value. So now I can make sure when I send to them, they can look at that hash and compare it to the data that was sent and know whether it's been tampered with or not. The digital signature secret is I can use my private key to encrypt the hash value. That's what becomes the signature. Because when you receive it, you'll be able to decrypt it because you'll have my public key. So again, once I'm done with this whole process, I'll have the ciphertext. So I have my contract that no one can read. And I have a signature that you can make sure has not been tampered with due to hashing. And you can tell it came from me because you're using asymmetric and you're going to use my public key to undo the signature. So let's look at what that code would look like. I'll show you the site here quick. So I've got a hyperlink. I'm just pretending I'm sending data to a partner over a URL. You can see I've got a secret. So this is my encoded ciphertext. And then on the end of the URL, I have a signature. So if we look at what that code looks like to create this. So I've got the receiver's public key. So whoever I'm sending to gives me their public key. I have my public-private key pair. I won't spend a lot of time in the code here. You can come through and review it. But again, I just want you to see that it's not a lot of code. I'm doing my encryption like you saw before. I'm doing some hashing like you saw before. And then this is really the magic with the signature. And then I just base 64 it, URL encode it, tack it on my URL, and I'm done. So again, very effective. It's really not that hard to do digital signatures in modern frameworks using cryptography. Other places you'll see these techniques. So we all use HTTPS. I hope you do. So when I create a website and I want to use HTTPS, what I'll do is create a public-private key pair. I'm going to take my public key and take it to a certificate authority, like the free Let's Encrypt. That certificate authority will validate that I own that key. They'll make sure I can deploy a file out in my domain so they can match the domain to the public key. They will then digitally sign my public key. That's what becomes my certificate. So a browser knows the well-known certificate authorities and it trusts their digital signatures. So the idea is when the TLS handshake happens, the browser is going to come to the server, get the server certificate. So far this isn't encrypted. It's going to pull out the public key from that certificate. It's going to then say, I don't want to use asymmetric to encrypt the actual data because we know that'll be too slow. So the browser is going to create a brand new symmetric key. It's going to encrypt the symmetric session key with the server's public key and then send it to the server. Then the server can use its private key, decrypt, get the symmetric key back. Now the browser and the server have agreed on a symmetric key to use during the HTTPS session so that they can do all the encryption they need to do. Talk briefly about key sizes. So if you look at AES, it supports 128-bit or 256-bit keys. It's not twice as hard to brute force when you go from 128 to 256. It's exponentially harder to break if you try to brute force and you do the math. So I just recommend use the largest key sizes you can use. It's security we're concerned about here. You can do testing. The difference between the encryption for 128, 256 is maybe a couple milliseconds at best. I'm not going to get fired over a couple milliseconds. I'll get fired if somebody brute forces and gets at the data I'm trying to protect. We don't have enough time to get into key storage here. It really depends on your environment, right? Where can I safely store a key in a deployment environment where I know that a web server can get taken over and I might not be able to trust the code that's running on it? It's a big problem. In fact, from my perspective, that's the biggest problem for me for cryptography. All of these other things I've shown you are manageable, right? There's decent code. The frameworks make it easy. The key storage is really difficult. That's why in my example, I'm going to use, if I have to take a credit card, I'm going to put my public key on the web server. So the worst case, somebody could replace it, which would mean that I can't decrypt it, but they're not going to be able to decrypt because I'm going to keep my private key somewhere secure inside so no one can get access to it. So in summary, please don't try to write your own cryptography. Use trusted algorithms and implementations. Know what your goal is. So if you're trying to do integrity or authentication, you want to use hashing. If you want to do confidentiality, you should be looking at symmetric or asymmetric. Generally, you'll use symmetric because it's a lot faster. You'll use asymmetric if you need digital signatures or key exchange. And most protocols today are a combination of all three of these things, right? They want integrity, they want to make sure that it's fast, but they also want to be able to use public-private keys. So as you saw with HTTPS and digital signatures, it's really a combination of all of those things. Think about your threats. So as I talked about hashing passwords, the Unix at first was really overconfident. They said, you can't reverse a hash. This is simple. Put it in the password file, let people read it. They didn't think through the dictionary attack. So it's important for you to think in your environment and your systems, how would people try to attack you, and put enough layers of countermeasures in place to make that as difficult as you can make it while still having a usable system. I am a Pluralsight author. I do have an introduction to cryptography, again in .NET. Longer than this, it gets into a lot more of the details. It also talks about the history of cryptography. So even if you're not a .NET developer, it talks about kind of the progression of cryptography over time. If you're looking for some good books on how, say, AES works, if you're into the math and the bits and all that stuff, the three in the middle are very good textbooks on details of exactly how all of that stuff works. I don't care about that. myself at that layer. I want algorithms that I know people have vetted, that they're secure, they run well. It's not that I'm scared of math. I'm just not that interested in looking at every detail of how AES runs. But if you are, those are good. I have read all of them because they also say, here's how AES works, but then they talk about how you should use AES, like how do you securely take advantage of these. That's what I use that for. If you're more into the history of cryptography and you want to see back in the Cytel, Caesar cipher era, what happened, Civil War, what happened with Enigma machine, how did people crack that in World War II? These are very good books that talk about all of that history if you're interested in that kind of stuff. Again, that's my Twitter, that's my email, that's my blog. I gave you a link there to the slides and the code, and I think we've got a little time here if there's any specific questions we want to go through.
Thanks, Robert.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be great. I don't know if I saw any particular questions about this yet, but if you've got some, drop them in the chat and we'll see those. Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, cryptography. I know this is always a good question, always a good topic to discuss. I think it was great how you covered a lot of the basics and definitely talked about a few of the things that like sound secure but actually aren't, like MD5. People are like, oh, MD5 hash. Oh, that sounds good. It's like, actually,
not so much.
Yeah, not really. Like, it's like, it sounds good. It definitely sounds like something technical and smart, and it used to be, but computers have gotten so fast. It's
right.
And don't write your own. That's definitely a big takeaway that I've heard before. That it was good to hear you say that as well, because that can be that's a risk a lot of people take. Is, oh well, I'm pretty smart, I can figure it out. It's like, other people are smarter and have already figured out a lot of the common things. So like a well-tested library is a much better place to start.
Right, because those super smart people check each other. I mean, that's the difference. People think the security by obscurity will work out for them, and it's really not going to. I just started doing, you're talking about MD5. I just did my first capture the flag competition, which I've never done. So I've done a lot of cryptography, but never really did the practice side of how do people attack your websites. It's been very educational. So I've been doing MD5 cracking and just all sorts of things that it just is good to see the other side and use some of those techniques, and then it becomes obvious that now I knew MD5 wasn't safe. Now I really know why I don't want to use MD5, for instance. So
great to doing that research to really understand what the why it's not as secure. Like, you kind of hear it's not secure, but then going and looking up what it is. We do have a good question from Carol come in here on just any ideas on testing. It's kind of a general question. I don't know if, Carol, you want to try to be more specific about what, but any thoughts on just how do you test encryption? How do you make sure you're using something safe?
That is an excellent question. I've done a lot of crypto talks and never been asked that. So I have to actually have a level of trust. Obviously, different frameworks, I could verify that I'm getting the right. So for instance, if I did a SHA-512 hash in .NET, and I want to make sure that it's consistent with what I would get in any other language or framework, I could easily spin up Python, anything else, and compare that I get the same two values based on the algorithm, which I would be concerned with if I'm sending this data between systems that might not be using the same exact technology stack. As far as how do I test it to know that it's secure and not broken, I think I'm putting a lot of faith in the security community and their vetting and what they go through. I certainly wouldn't be qualified to know if, for instance, the .NET AES is secure or not, right? I like that now .NET is open source, so people are looking at it. I wouldn't be able to look, and I wouldn't be able to test. So I think from a testing, the compatibility would certainly be an issue across different technology stacks. You want to make sure that you're both encoding it the same way and getting the same answers. But I don't have an effective tool that would tell me, this implementation of AES is certainly secure. So I stick to big trusted libraries. Like I mentioned SHA-3, maybe I mentioned this. SHA-3 is a new family of hash algorithms. SHA-2 is still considered totally safe. They just wanted one in case SHA-2 ever got broken. SHA-3 is not implemented in .NET yet, so I won't use it. I'm not going to go find on someone's blog a SHA-3 implementation and try to use that in a production system just because I want it to be vetted by a lot of people in a lot of environments and security people looking at it. I guess that's about all I could say for advice on that.
I think that's great advice. There was a question that came in. This may be philosophical, or this may be a big question. So what are the threats from quantum computing to current encryption methods?
So that's a very good question. So there's a lot of fear that when quantum computing is mainstream, the brute forcing will basically make all of our existing, so all the things I showed you about AES, RSA, if you read I've read a lot of cryptography books, and that's the looming fear on the horizon, is that will dramatically change how fast it would be to brute force keys, which would effectively wipe out all of the techniques we're using today. So your HTTP, I mean, all of that stuff is at risk when quantum computing comes into play. So when that happens, we're going to have to hope that we have new algorithms based on quantum computing that are, raising the bar on the good side, I would say. But that's certainly the threat, right? I mean, when that's mainstream, being able to brute force through all of the existing 256-bit key space for AES will be simple. And so it'll be easy to just run all the keys, try them all until you see something that looks like a legible phrase. It's a huge risk. And at this point, unfortunately, there's nothing really we can do about it other than hope that when quantum is mainstream, we also have the right techniques to secure it. So
what about something you mentioned of basically computationally intensive? I understand that's it, but I've also seen it where, like, let's say it was just trying to guess someone's password for something. Well, I know one approach, and it's not really cryptographic, it's more of just access oriented, where if someone tries to log in like 5 times in a single second, then they can say, oh, well, that's probably someone trying to hack this account. So let's just block that computer, that IP address or whatever, from attacking our server. Like, do you think that that's like maybe like that's not really a cryptographic solution, but do you think that it'll involve this kind of like multi-pronged solution to maybe dealing with those?
I do, and we do that. I mean, that's a pretty standard practice. So exactly what you said. I'm going to look at an IP level or a session level, whatever level you think is appropriate, and look for those failures so that at least live somebody can't hit my login screen more than X number of times in a minute, or they will get blocked and locked out. Those are things, web application firewalls will look for those kind of things. But yeah, so like you said, it's not really cryptography, so to speak. It's just another layered defense that, a user could legitimately try 5 times, and unfortunately they might lock themselves out for an hour, which is inconvenient, but remember your password, right? But you do need to shut down automated attacks. So it's a pretty standard practice. Like you said, it's not cryptography, but it's security. So it's a great idea.
Cryptography and like this would be more of if there's like a package of data that someone gets access to, but it's somehow encrypted. Like, I think that's maybe where you're talking about of like, once quantum comes along, those, like, you got to be real careful, because if anyone gets a hold of your encrypted data, it may become trivial to decrypt it.
Absolutely. So like in a data breach situation, right, where someone gets an entire database that I have all my hash passwords or, all of this encrypted data, in a quantum world, it would be very easy to just spin through the whole key space and attack it. They're not going to do that through your web vector if you're protecting it the way you're saying it, more looking for, an automated attack, and I need to shut this down and back off, exponentially make them wait longer and longer. But that offline scenario that someone got a hold of your backup tapes or whatever, right? Being able to brute force through all the keys when quantum computing happens is a risk. So that's also why you want the bigger
and then they
key
can,
sizes.
and the login then becomes trivial because you just decrypted their their database of logins and passwords, and it's like, well, now we can log in with anyone and just basically instantly, we've decrypted it. So yeah, it's definitely multiple attack vectors. There was one more question that I think we might be able to try to get to, and that is, can you point me to info on how to protect an e-commerce website?
Okay, that's also a big one. I would start with OWASP, if you're familiar with OWASP. So OWASP is an organization that's been doing, I guess their consortium. They have what they call their top 10. So they look at all of the security break-ins that happen in the world essentially and say, they rank, here's the top 10 common themes of things that people do wrong. So for instance, SQL injection. So if you go out and look up OWASP top 10 and you study that and you look at their examples. So if we dig into SQL injection, they'll show you exactly, this is part of the capture the flag stuff. In the username field, if the person is creating SQL where they're doing select star from users where, single quote, and then they take whatever you type in that username box, you just type in another quote and say, or 1 equals 1, and then do dash dash to comment out the rest of the SQL. And now you can be logged in, or I could log in as a specific user. So OWASP will say, that's a risk. Here's why. Here's the mitigating, how do you not be susceptible to SQL injection. So if I were starting brand new on e-commerce and said, I don't know how to secure my site in general, I would look at OWASP top 10 first and understand all the ways people attack, because the vast majority of sites that get broken into are trivial things they talk about on OWASP top 10. So that's where I would start.
And then are there any sort of libraries or frameworks that you might use to look into once you were protecting those, or once you were looking, like if you're trying to deal with a SQL injection attack?
Yeah, so within each framework, so .NET has libraries that help you sanitize your input and make sure that you're not susceptible to that. So in the .NET world, I'm going to use parameterized queries instead of building up strings, for instance. But there's certainly libraries within your framework that help you implement. They get into cross-site scripting and how do you do anti-CSRF tokens. So each language and library kind of builds on top of the OWASP top 10 and says, hey, in your technology stack, here are the things you should use to help you enforce those rules. And there's a lot of companies that will test you too, right? A lot of pen test companies that you turn them loose and say, hit my site. They'll run automated and manual looking for holes and tell you what's wrong. So there's a whole industry around the protection. Again, I think the OWASP, and like you said, finding libraries in your language and training in your language that specifically tells you how to address the conceptual OWASP things would be the next step down, right?
Yeah, that's great. I think that concludes all of our questions.
Okay.
But yeah, it's been great having you on, Robert. Thank you so much for speaking at Southern DevFest. This has just been awesome to have you here. And for anyone watching, this will be archived and available to watch later, so you can go back and review it. Or
I got 997 followers on Twitter, and I've been there forever. So 3 of you can put me over the top today. That's how you can.
And what was that?
It's Bodie, Boedie. I should have been smart and put it in my signature like you did.
You can definitely go in there and change it, but Boedie.
Yeah, B as in boy, OE, D as in dog, IE.
Okay, I will throw that as a quick comment.
There's not a lot of Boatingheimers out there either in tech, so probably find me that way.
So we'll definitely try to help push you over that milestone.
Right.
Thank you so much, and we'll say goodbye to you. And I've got a few more little announcements to make to everyone watching. This is concluding the track 2, but we want to let you know that track 1 is going to continue with some final wrap up. And it's really important that you go there, because there is going to be a form to fill out with all of your feedback about all of the sessions. And you can say, I didn't attend that one, so, not applicable. and you'll be able to fill out that form. And after you fill out the form, you will get a link to another form that is the raffle link form, and you fill that out, and then we will be doing some raffles live at, in the next half hour. So you definitely start making your way over to track 1. And if you don't see it in the description below, refresh this stream, and then it should be in the description. Or you can go to the main channel page for Southern DevFest, and then just look for the one that's just titled Southern DevFest, not track 2 or track 3. And you'll be able to jump right over there, and you'll see maybe the end of the other session that's going on, and then we're going to get right into our final wrap up and kind of talk a little bit more, and definitely do some prize giveaways. So I see a question from David Perry. Hello, David. He's basically saying, what page? I think we're going to link to the actual form page over on track 1. But you need to just go to the Southern DevFest main track. Look for it in the description below of this live stream, or there's also the Southern DevFest channel that's probably there. And if you go to that channel, there are 3 live streams going on right now, and the one called just Southern DevFest or Southern DevFest will be the one that you want to jump into and be ready. And that's where we will be sharing the links to our feedback form. So if you've had some feedback that you've been itching to give us, definitely use that form to provide that. And we will then also be giving away these prizes over there once you complete that form. And so we'd love to do that. If there's any final questions, we'll take them in the comments. Otherwise, we're going to wrap this stream up. And I just want to say thanks again. My name is Luke Wallace, and I help host GDG Dallas. You can find me on Twitter at Luke Luca. Feel free to reach out, or I'm also on YouTube, just under my name, Luke Wallace there, and be happy to contact you. You can also find GDG Dallas there. We've got some other sessions from prior months, and it is going to be a really nice wrap up that we'll be having here soon. We're doing some announcements and kind of talking to people about what GDG is a little bit more. Hopefully this has inspired you to look for a GDG in your area. And if you're in a major city in the US, there is probably a GDG in that area. And they may be doing virtual events. They may be doing in-person events, but most of the in-person events have been put on hold for right now. I know GDG Dallas is doing a lot of virtual events. You can find recordings of those on our YouTube channel. But all the GDGs are are run independently by non-Google people. There are no Google employees really involved in the day-to-day. They do help us out from time to time, but there are great speakers that speak at conferences, and they speak at local GDGs. So definitely look for a GDG in your area that you can connect with and see what's going on. You can look for them on Meetup or just on Google, GDG, and then the major city, Dallas, Chicago, New York. Kind of do a little bit of searching, and you'll probably find a lot of people in your community that are looking to connect. And they cover a gamut of topics. They are not focused strictly on Google technologies. They do tend to circle around Google technologies, but it's always a good time, and it's a great way to connect with some other tech people in your community. So now that we've hit 3:30, so we're going to be ending the stream after 5 hours, and it has been great doing this with all of you. And I will actually probably see you over in track 1. So thanks for coming, everybody. We'll see you at the main DevFest channel here in just a second.